Пожалуйста, поактивнее, участники. До начала тура 10 минут. Пожалуйста, поактивнее. Поактивнее занимаем игровые места.
Dear participants, please take your seats. We are ready to start the opening ceremony.
Пожалуйста, рассаживайтесь. Мы сейчас начинаем.
Dear participants, please take your seats. We're beginning.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники! Прежде чем мы начнем церемонию, давайте почтим память Бориса Васильевича Спасского, легендарного шахматиста и 10-го чемпиона мира.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Just before we begin the ceremony, let's honor the memory of Boris Vasilyevich Spassky, the legendary chess player and 10th world champion.
Прошу садиться. Еще раз добрый день, уважаемые участники и гости турнира. Приветствуем вас на церемонии открытия 20-го юбилейного международного шахматного фестиваля Aeroflot Open 2025. За эти годы турнир прошел большой путь и прочно вошел в анналы шахматной истории и как самый массовый Open-турнир, и как Open с максимально привлекательным призовым фондом. Напомню, что в этом году гарантированный призовой фонд составляет 20 миллионов рублей.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 20th Anniversary International Chess Festival, Aeroflot Open 2025. Over the years, the tournament has come a long way and has finally attained the annals of chess history, both as the most numerous open tournament with the most attractive prize fund. Let me remember that prize fund this year is 20 million rubles.
Мы подготовили для вас небольшое историческое видео о турнире. Давайте посмотрим.
We have prepared a short historical video about the tournament for the years. Let's take a look.
Один из самых грандиозных Open-турниров в мире. В нем делали первые шаги в элиту Магнус Карлсон и многие другие шахматные звезды. Среди участников, победителей и почетных гостей турнира прославленные гроссмейстеры старших поколений. С 2002 по 2020 годы местом действия были гостиницы «Россия», «Измайлово» и «Космос». В 2013-м турнир, состоявшийся в формате быстрых шахмат, принял выставочный центр «Инфопространство». Победителями главного турнира становились представители 12 стран. Ян Непомнящий занял первое место в 2008 и 2015 годах, а в 2013 выиграл состязание в Блице. Вьетнамец Ле Куанг Йем отличился дважды подряд в 2010 и 2011 годах. В 2004 году представители книги рекордов Гиннесса зафиксировали рекорд – 650 участников из 40 стран, 165 гроссмейстеров. А открывали тот фестиваль легенды шахмат – Анатолий Карпов, Борис Спасский, Василий Смыслов и Виктор Корчной.
Родилась идея провести какой-то по новой формуле интересный турнир, и Aeroflot сразу откликнулся на это, и мы смогли собрать на первом этапе очень много шахматистов, причем очень сильных шахматистов.
В марте 2024 года, после трехлетнего перерыва, фестиваль принимает один из самых известных столичных отелей – The Carlton Moscow. В соревнованиях участвовали как известные гроссмейстеры, так и юные спортсмены. Основной турнир собрал 150 шахматистов из 12 стран, а этап детского Кубка России – 329 юных талантов. Победителем главного турнира стал иранский гроссмейстер Амин Табатабай. В 2025 году международный шахматный фестиваль Aeroflot Open празднует 20-й юбилей. Среди сильнейших участников Ян Непомнящий, Александр Грищук, Ханс Ниман, Амин Табатабай, Рихард Раппорт, Даниил Дубов, Андрей Кисипенко, Владислав Артемьев, Шамсуддин Вахидов. Кто одержит верх?
Сейчас мы приглашаем на сцену заместителя генерального директора ПАО «Аэрофлот» Илью Владимировича Перфильева. Поприветствуем.
Now we invite Ilya Vladimirovich Perfilyev, Deputy General Director of Aeroflot Company.
Дорогие друзья, уважаемые коллеги, участники турнира, также гости нашего фестиваля. От лица Аэрофлота и от себя лично рад приветствовать вас на 20-м международном шахматном фестивале Aeroflot Open. Прежде всего, хотел бы поблагодарить за великолепную организацию турнира Шахматную Федерацию России, а именно президента Федерации Филатова Андрея Васильевича, а также исполнительного директора Федерации Ткачева Александра Васильевича. Всем участникам турнира желаю честной, интересной борьбы, а зрителям получить настоящее удовольствие от этой великой игры. Спасибо, всем удачи.
Илья Владимирович, большое спасибо. Поприветствуйте исполнительного директора Федерации шахмат России Александра Васильевича Ткачева.
Please welcome Alexander Vasilyevich Tkachev, the Executive Director of the Chess Federation of Russia.
Друзья, добрый день. Поздравляю всех с началом юбилейного 20-го Aeroflot Open. Огромное спасибо компании Aeroflot за то, что поддержали идею возрождения этого турнира. В прошлом году, спустя трехлетний перерыв, этот турнир заиграл новыми красками, но в этом году, как вы видите, и состав, и призовой фонд, что немаловажно, увеличен. И состав, еще раз говорю, очень-очень сильный, за что огромное спасибо всем, кто решил и сделал выбор в пользу участия в турнире Aeroflot Open. Спасибо, всем удачи, хорошей игры, ну а нам, болельщикам, насладиться вашим творчеством. Спасибо.
Александр Васильевич.
И я на секунду задержусь, хотел выполнить очень приятную миссию. Приглашаю сюда на сцену Данилу Павлова. Данила, иди сюда, пожалуйста. Даниле совершенно недавно присвоили звание заслуженного мастера спорта России. Это достаточно большая редкость в нашем виде спорта. Я поздравляю.
We congratulate Daniil Pavlov, who get the title of the Honor Master of Sports of Russia.
Да, и по поручению Министерства спорта Российской Федерации Михаила Владимировича Дегтярева вручаю удостоверение и вот такой уникальный значок. Данила, поздравляю еще раз. Спасибо.
Александр Васильевич, большое спасибо. Итак, наш турнир начнется с минуты на минуту. Прежде чем мы дадим старт, я напомню вам кратко регламент проведения.
Before we start, a few words about the tournament regulations.
Итак, программа соревнований у нас опубликована в положении и в регламенте, которые размещены на официальном сайте соревнования.
You can see the whole program in the tournament regulation, which are published on the website of the tournament and in the hall.
Соревнования проводятся по швейцарской системе в 9 туров.
The competition will follow 9 rounds, Swiss system.
Контроль времени 90 минут до конца партии каждому участнику с добавлением 30 секунд на каждый ход, начиная с первого.
The time control is 90 minutes per player for the entire game with the additional increment of 30 seconds for each move starting from move 1.
Допустимое время опоздания на тур 30 минут.
The default time is 30 minutes.
Наша игровая зона состоит из игровой площадки, комнаты отдыха, он же буфет, вот в эти двери можно выйти, и там направо туалеты.
The playing venue consists of the playing area, the buffets and the toilets. The buffets and toilets are on the right side of the hall.
Во время партии прием пищи разрешается только в комнате отдыха.
During the game, eating is allowed only in the refreshment room.
На игровом столе могут находиться только шахматный инвентарь, бланки для записи партий и ручки.
Only chess equipment, score sheets and pens may be placed on the playing table.
Присутствие в игровом зале игроков без бейджей не допускается.
Players without badges are not allowed in the playing hall.
Запрещено входить в игровую зону в верхней одежде и покидать игровую зону без разрешения арбитра.
It's prohibited to enter the playing area in outerwear and to leave the playing venue without the permission of the arbiter.
Ожидается, что игроки будут разумно сотрудничать с представителями средств массовой информации. В случае приглашения они должны будут присутствовать на ежедневных пресс-конференциях и интервью с пресс-атташе турнира сразу после игры.
We expect players to cooperate reasonably with the media. The players are required to make themselves available to the daily press conference or interviews with the press officer immediately after the game.
Обязательный читинг-контроль на соревновании проводится с соблюдением требований античитерских правил, утвержденных ФИДЕ. В игровой зоне запрещены любые электронные устройства, наручные часы, сумки, в том числе и женские.
It's prohibited to bring any electronic devices, watches, bags, including women's handbags, etc., into the gaming area. Anti-cheating measures at the competition are mandatory and will be applied in accordance with the FIDE anti-cheating guidelines.
Сейчас я вас попрошу всех встать. Звучит гимн Российской Федерации.
We ask you to stand up, the national anchor of Russian Federation.
Прошу садиться. Первый символический ход в турнире будет сделан на первом столе заместителем генерального директора по Aeroflot Перфильевым Ильей Владимировичем. Илья Владимирович,
Ilya Perfilyev,
пожалуйста.
Deputy General Director of Aeroflot Company, will make the first symbolic move on the board number 1.
Спасибо, Александр Владимирович.
Thank you, Ilya Vladimirovich.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alexander Morozevich, and I'll be your commentator for today. So we have a first round of the Aeroflot Open, which takes place here in Moscow from 1st till 6th of March. The schedule is quite tough for the for the players. We have 9 rounds event, which will be played just in the 6 days. So it means we'll have 3 days with double rounds and 3 days with a single round. I guess it's pretty tough, but okay, let's see how it goes. The venue is prestigious and luxury hotel Ritz Carlton. It's the same venue as the previous year. It's located just in the heart of Moscow, next to the Red Square. I guess all the players must enjoy it just as well as me. Today we have the first round of this event, and along with the open section, we also have 4 round robin tournaments for the young players. I think we have 2 girls and boys under 13, and we have 2 round robin tournaments for girls and boys under 15. I don't know yet if we'll have time to switch and take a look at them. Obviously, we have lots of possible future stars. Those are playing there. But okay, at least we have extremely strong field in the main event, and of course we'll try to focus on it. So right now on the screen you see Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is top seed, and okay, the legend itself. So he plays against Alexei Grachov, international master, who might not be such a well-known player. Okay, but I remember I barely saved my skin against Alexei in November last year. We played a game in a Russia Cup in Sochi, and okay, we played a very interesting game, and I was completely lost in one moment. So I just saved myself by mostly by some luck and some generosity of him. So he is quite a solid player, I would say. So for Jan, it would be not that easy to win the game with the black pieces. We have a Caro already with knight f6, quite a fashionable setup. Well, it's normally gives black quite an easy game and quite an easy moves to play, but I'm not sure if it's so easy to play it for the win. Okay, we will try to proceed board by board, and of course, 70 boards. We have 140 participants in the open section. I don't know if we'll be in time to take a look at all the games, but okay, at least I'll try my best. So we'll be quick with the openings to check and to introduce the players, and then we will try to focus on the most interesting games. Second board, we have Hans Niemann playing Erik Goltz. Another more or less similar combination, modern and present superstar playing a very solid international master. We have Sicilian Rosalima with bishop b5, g6 so far. Board 3, we have young Iranian player Yadegar Probably I pronounce him reasonably well. Against Richie Rapat, a superstar from Hungary. He recently came to Russia. He played this match against Andrei Yesepenko in Rostov, and now he continues his journey in our country. Now he's here in Moscow, so he's with the black pieces, the Catalan. Okay, so with some d5, quick move. Okay, probably Richard might have some idea in his mind. Anyway, he's one of the most creative players for the modern era. So let's see how it goes. Daniil Dubov, another fascinating player who basically can surprise us at any move, at any moment. He plays against Hyrule Denis with white pieces, double fianchet with white. He likes to play it recently. At least I saw him playing more or less the same style in some freestyle qualification event, which took place a couple of weeks ago. So probably he knows his business, and maybe he likes or believes in this setup. Sukisyan Vahia with white against Andrei Yesepenko is board 5. So we have another Catalan with already more quick and more developed play, some h6. Okay, so I guess some modern theory at his best. Board 6, we have Vladislav Artemiev against Alisa Galyamova, a very, very interesting game in itself. So our star Alisa playing against our star Vladislav. So far, just 2 moves has been played, e4, c5, knight, c3, d6. I don't actually remember Vlad playing that often e4 first move. Okay, maybe he's in the mood to experiment a bit in this tournament, or maybe he switched and just didn't take a notice of it. So I always thought that he is more keen to some knight f3, g3, or b3, or d4. Opening moves e4. I'm trying to remember if I saw so many games of him with that. Okay, knight c3 is actually a flexible move, which I also like. It may lead towards any normal opening Sicilian, or may take absolutely independent paths. It depends mostly on white. d6 looks like some silent invitation for neither, for probably dragon or something of it, and now white has to make some choice. Okay, I've tried here bishop c4, bishop b5, f4, g3, d3. I played, I think, almost every possible third move here with white. Okay, but let's see what does Vlad has in mind here. Next, we have Orozbayev Eldyar. I think he's from Kyrgyzstan, and he plays against Alexander Grishuk, another our legend. We have Karl with third move e5, and Alexander probably takes his time trying to guess what does his young opponent has in mind. Okay, bishop f5 is still, I guess, the main nowadays, and now white has a wide choice of which type and which speed and which pattern of play white player wants. So let's see. Board 8, we have Vahidov Shamsidin. He is playing against Yekaterina Goltsova. We have French. We have French, which is G5. H6. So fourth move H6, which is also coming into fashion. A3. Yes, I was told that it is considered now like to be one of the most fighting moves from white. ED5 can be rather the right effective black knows how to play. So E3 keeps all the pieces and all the tension on board. F4. Okay, so here my theoretical knowledge is over. So I don't know if F4 is best, or at least looks quite a fighting choice. Okay, knight f3. Okay, white takes a space, and black needs to prove does the two bishops will compensate the lack of space. Yeah, and also white is quite flexible which side to castle. Yeah? White can go simple with short castle, or white can think maybe some queen d2 or bishop d3 queen d2 castle long, because okay, with such a strong pieces and nice development, white can maybe allow themselves to play in a more aggressive way. Next we have Davtyan Arsen. He's playing white against Taba from Iran, another Karo. So you see, Karo is quite in a fashion in our first round. So here we have a modern system which is quite popular nowadays. F6 is also sort of a trendy line from black. Okay, let's see how it will proceed. Next we have Raunak Saradwani from India. He plays white against Alexander Zabotin. Raunak is he's so frequent, and he's such a frequent player in our local events in Russia, enough to say that he played almost all the stars events, which took place, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe 4 times. And I think he was one of the few players who took place in all the editions. And I think that some of these tournaments he won. Okay, maybe not overall, but at least some of the sections. So he's absolutely dangerous, especially in a shorter time controls. But okay, let's see how he plays in so-called classical chess. Just to remind you, the time control is 90 minutes with 30 seconds increment after each move. Here we have a Najdorf with queen d3. Okay, my knowledge is obviously not very updated, to tell you the truth, and I don't know if queen d3 is the move which I ever studied for white. Okay, then it will be also some lesson to me. So the next we have Oleg Ivanov is playing against Haik Martirosyan. Pulsani was queen c7. I used to play it also with black for quite a period of time. Okay, nowadays I abandoned it. I don't have any more space in my memory to remember all these crazy enforcing lines. But I remember back then, I mean, in between 2012 to 13, around this time when I was still a professional player, I used to play it quite a lot with black, with a mixture of wins and losses, but overall I always felt it's a nice and fighting way how black can try and try to play. Evgeny Nair, my good fellow friend, we are the same year. We only have 1 month different in our age, so he's still active. He's actually playing extremely well. He once again qualified for the World Cup. And also his results are very, very stable. So he's white against Oleg Rychkov. We have, what does we have here? So we have open variation and rookie 1, which is, I guess, not the most common way of how white is supposed to play. D4, I guess, almost everyone's choice. Knight c5, takes, knight d5, bishop e7. And then white takes some space, c4. Frankly speaking, I never studied this line ever with white, and of course I never played the open Spanish with black, so for me it's a terra incognita already. If black will able to a little bit simplify, or at least to get this bishop from c8 into play, then of course black is absolutely fine. So I guess white's idea is connected with some quick play and using the position of the black pieces, I mean the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8. Okay, next we have Natalia Paragonina against Aram Hakapyan. Here we have another Catalan, knight bd2 a5. Okay, one of the millions transpositions how it's possible can be played, and okay, I've never been an expert for Catalan with neither color, but okay, mostly I played it from the black side, and I was trying to play something more sharp, something more dynamic. But of course, the Soli system is taking into popularity recently. Black simply develops the pieces and see how and what will white show. Yeah, Queen C2 is maybe containing both ideas. Maybe some B3 bishop B2, or maybe some E4, or maybe Rook D1. I don't know, something out of it. And after C5, okay, the game will be more concrete, yeah, because I guess after C6 it should be more quiet, and after C5, okay, now white is in a position to take some important decision in the center, yeah? To take on D5, or I don't know, to play E4, which is under certain doubt now, yeah, maybe Rook D1, maybe to make some useful move and to see how black will deal with that situation in the center. Okay. Next we have Adin Suleimanli from Azerbaijan, and he plays against Evgeny Vorobyev, our grandmaster, who is surprisingly rated quite low nowadays. And I must say that when I was checking the list, I actually was quite surprised to see so many strong guys who are having quite a modest elo nowadays. Probably it's becoming more and more tough keeping the elo, especially playing the opens, playing the young and strong guys. And it might be one of the reasons, because I remember playing Evgeny, I think in a high league in 2011, and back then he was rated to 600. Now I saw him on the list with a elo 2380, which is remarkably low for the grandmaster of his standard. Okay, so then it's. Then it's what to say. It's a modern life, yeah, and we are not getting younger, so we can face such a problems as well. So here we have a Sicilian with bishop b5, d6, castle, bishop d7, rook e1, s6, and bishop f1, bishop g4. I think knight f6 was always considered to be main, and white is choosing between h3, then even g5 is in some way possible, or most common knight f6, c3, and then okay, then black has some choices, being with bishop g4 being the main move. Okay, bishop g4 immediately, it may cut some options from white, but it's quite possible it gives some additional options as well. White immediately asks and black takes. After this, okay, the game will be less fast, but okay, white can enjoy this some advantage of two bishops, let's say, but okay, but black is enjoying quick and easy development, very solid structure, no weaknesses, and more or less easy piece play. Danilo Sutormin with white playing Matlakov Maxim. A classical cars, but structure all game is still ahead. Next we have Naranyan from India against Timoshin Maxim. Here we have a sharp Sicilian line. I think it's a Rouser with bishop g5. Let me see. Yes, Rouser, bishop g5, e6, queen d3. Okay, so queen d2 was always considered to be the main line, but now queen d3 is also coming into some fashion. Bishop d7, castle long, s6, f4. So basically the same play as with the queen on d2, but okay, maybe the presence of the queen on d3 makes some importance in some line. Okay, h6 and bishop f7, knight goes to f3. I remember playing that with the queen on d2, so okay, it should be some lines in which queen on d3 stands better, but it should have some lines in where queen on d3 stands worse. Yeah, one of the profits that we do have e4 pawn defended 2 times, and maybe we avoided some tactical shots like knight e4 or sort of it. But at the same time, okay, obviously queen on d3 may come under different tempos, like some knight b4 jumps, or maybe with some play in the center. The pawn on f4 is less secure. Yeah, rook c8. Okay, the players are quite speedy, so okay, probably they both know what they're doing. Of course, everyone knows except for me. Next, we have Konstantin Popov is white against David Paravian. Konstantin Popov is a famous player who is taking numerous scalps in this titled uses tournaments. So it's interesting to see how does he perform with the longer time control. So we have the Petrov. We have the Petrov and here we have bishop d3. This move is all of a sudden recently coming into, okay, not sort of a fashion, but coming into some attention, let's say, yeah, because I remember I was studying this move in deep, I think for some Vaikanze, probably for Vaikanze 2001, if I remember correctly, and I think I played it against against Vlad, Kramnik, and I was actually a huge fan of this move. But of course then I decided that okay, it's, if black knows what to do, it's maybe not so dangerous at all. Okay, c3, knight e5. It's some fresh way how black is approaching how they want to solve their problems. Okay, bishop c2, I guess, is bishop g4, yeah, and if bishop e2, then okay, black may insist that okay, then at least white does not have this active bishop on this c2 h7 diagonal, yes, so bishop on e2 looks much less active. Taking on e5 is, I guess, is not an option, so okay, white is prepared for bishop c2, bishop g4, then it may be one case, but it looks not really wise, yeah. And if bishop e2, okay, then it's probably just equal, yeah. But Danishvar, young grandmaster from Iran, he plays against Marat Gilfanov, our young and promising prodigy. So we have another Carlton structure on the board, and we have some queen e1 move, which I suppose was done in a purpose to protect the square g3 in case black goes g5. Then, so if black decides for this active push, then bishop g3, and in case black takes, okay, white is not sacrificing any pawn, and then g5 is out of any danger, but. I don't know, but if black just makes any normal moves, what queen is doing here? So for me, it's a big question. Let's say if after queen e1, I don't know, just some move like rook e8, something normal. b4 is tactic is not here probably, yeah? Just takes and knight d5, yeah. What's the purpose? Okay, maybe knight d2, then some f4 maybe. Yes, this maybe actually makes some sense. Maybe some knight d2, and then maybe the pawn will go. Yeah, even g5, f4 can be some ideas, and take queen h4, and it's maybe. I mean, if white goes this, and if black goes still g5, apart from bishop g3, white can also try some crazy stuff like f4 maybe. Like takes, I don't know, f5 is maybe check bishop g3. Okay, but even taking here maybe it also makes some sense, yeah. We have a f5 idea, we have taking idea, we have rook f3, rook g3, some stuff like this, so it can be actually pretty dangerous for black. Okay, I'm just trying to see how white wants to regroup. Otherwise, playing with the queen on the one looks a bit tough, yeah. Next, we have Gaur Garv, if I pronounce him correctly, versus Alexander Shimanov. Here we have Slav. Here we have a Slav defense, g3. Also quite a popular line now. Knight e5. Knight e5. Yes, so probably here bishop g2 is less promising, if I remember. Yes, bishop a5. It is a choice for black here, bishop h5 or bishop f5. I was always confusing which square finally I decided was best after my job. Okay, and obviously I cannot remember it exactly right now. Knight c, take on d5. Okay, take knight c3. Knight c6, f3. Yes, I remember it was one of the main ideas for white. That actually white is not forced to play automatically with bishop g2 and castle short. White can actually be quite flexible and quite aggressive. Yes, sometimes e for bishop b5, sometimes g for h4 and pushing here, or maybe sometimes even something more slow. Depends how black react. Next we have Arseniy Nesterov, our strong young grandmaster with white against Konstantin Sek. Also a Russian player. I think he's still international master. Here we have this opening and e6, c5, c4, knight c6, d4. Okay, after some transposition, it's coming closer to Catalan. Okay, black goes bishop h7 and suggesting to interpose to some semi-Tarrasch or sort of it. And white declines, I guess c d5 would transpose to some semi-Tarrasch. Black can choose to take with pawn or with the knight. dc, taking knight a3. It's probably some more independent roads. Knight e4, which is of course looking active, but I don't know if it's something from theoretical value or it's just some over-the-board inspiration. I guess I never saw in that structure that black so quickly goes with knight e4, neglecting some developments. And okay, white obviously has b4 as an option, queen c2 as an option. Okay, but this knight e4 looks a bit like overplayed to me, but okay, I might be as well completely wrong. Next we have Nurgaliev Saud against Petrosyan Manuel. Here we have another Caro. So Caro is so far maybe the most frequent choice from the black players for today. Here we have this two knights variation, and black goes for the most solid line with e6 and bishop c5. Solid play. Rook d1 sort of trying to force black to make either some concession in the center or to place the bishop on d4. Now white takes, knight e2, d4, and we get this also quite a solid structure. This bishop on g2 is quite okay, not a headache for white, but maybe not the most active piece. So okay, white can of course trade on f6 and play in extremely unambitious fashion. But okay, if white is in the mood to play, then it might be something else is better, because okay, take on f6, queen f6, takes, some c3. Okay, it's extremely solid, but I don't know if it can promise white some real chances to play for the win. Next we have Denis Lazovic from Belarus against Belikov Bogdan. Here we have King's Indian, a rare guest in the modern chess. Yeah, it's not as popular as been before, but still it's a very, very tricky opening, and it's nice that there are still players who are there to play it with black. Okay, knight g8 is played, so I guess f5 is what black intends, and white needs to see if he just waits and jump knight g5 against that, or he wants to do some actions on the queen side. I don't know if knight b5 here is some way to play, or just some semi-useful moves. I don't know, like bishop d3 or whatsoever coming here. Okay, so normally in such structures we can expect a good fighting games. Shturman Arseny, also a young player. He plays against Pavel Pankratov. Here we have 4 knights and d4. Takes, bishop b4. Again, it's quite hard for black to count on something really, really spicy here, but okay. Castle, and c takes d5. No any bishop g4 which can be finished just without any play with some forcing lines and forced the rows. Of course, it's not normally what Pasha wants. He's our famous fighter, so of course he wants to play. So okay, after cd, h3, rook b8, we have much more chances to get some fight. Bishop e3. Okay, I remember I was playing automatically queen f3 here with white, okay, pretending to play some bishop to g5 or to bishop f4, depending how black reacts. I thought that queen on f3 is universally usefully placed, and the bishop can be developed differently. So, and that's why I was normally waiting till the last moment, because in some positions I like bishop f4 and trading bishops. In some positions I like bishop g5 and trying to play for the pin, or maybe even to exchange on f6 and then white can steer to some endgame and trying to play against these double pawns. Okay, bishop e3 is something new to me. Okay, maybe direct idea is just to grab on f7. Black went f5. Okay, c5, maybe just e3, yeah? And if black forced to take on c3 is not maybe what Pasha desired to do in that game. So f5. And now white played bishop f7. Okay, so I really need to learn chess, yeah? Rook b7, bishop d4. Okay, bishop s6. Okay, c5 is probably in the air. And now knight. Okay, now it's white to move. I don't know, this knight f4 comes to mind. Yeah? Maybe just to try to stop somehow c5 move, yeah? What else we have here? f4 looks brave, but I don't know if white can play like this. Maybe even c5, yeah? Bishop f6, queen f6, f5, bishop c3, take, bishop goes. I don't know, pretty strange position, but looks quite okay for black. Okay, next we have Sergei Dragalov with white against Evgeny Koryakin. Don't confuse him with Sergei Koryakin. He is not a participant in the tournament, so it's Evgeny. And here we have this anti-Moscow variation, a3. It's quite trendy nowadays also. Knight d7, e4. Black is decided to took, and okay, c5. Queen d8. Black is maybe not really aware of some nuances in this line, because I think it's a bit strange to play queen e7, and after white went c5 to go queen d8. Okay, it's maybe either some deep prep, or maybe black simply confused something, because it looked like it's quite a tempo wasting strategy, and basically white is nice with the space. Also, they have some advantage in the development. I don't know, bishop d3, bishop c4, any reasonable move. Okay, white looks quite nice to me. Next we have Aliyev Ravan against Ivan Zemlyansky, our young grandmaster. Here we have already quite a simplified position. Then, okay, let's take a look how the game went, because it's already 70 17 moves has been played. So an attempt to play King's Indian with black. Okay, knight c6. Okay, e5. Okay. So white decided in the favor of exchange on e5. Then, okay, in this line, of course, it's harder for black to count on some big play, probably. But okay, they probably can count on playing something normal. F to d1, e6. And here white decided to trade on e6, yeah? Not some knight d5, not some stability in the center, but taking here and king f1. Okay, so far white is in the pawn up, but position is quite calm, let's say. Maybe white intends just to try to trade as many pieces as possible, yeah? Maybe with king e2, rook d8, rook d1, followed by maybe some draw offer at some moment. So Ivan needs to think if he has any ideas how to try to play, or white will try to exchange all the remaining pieces. Makaryan Rudik with white, he plays against Pavlov Danila, our famous puzzle solver and puzzle creator maybe as well. So here we have a Catalan with bishop b4 and taking on d2, which I guess is not the most popular line nowadays, but okay, at least maybe black intends to play something more fresh and maybe not some well-trodden paths. Next we have Pyotr Korobkov with white against Vadim, our another hero and another legend. So he's rated quite low nowadays, but his real chess ranks were approaching to 700 for numerous occasions in his chess career. So he's really a strong player, and I admire his style, admire his chess philosophy, his chess approach. So I can't say that I'm following every of his ideas, but I'm always paying quite a lot of attention to it. So here we have some anti-King's Indian. So it looks like white is playing sort of London with early knight bd2, and okay, after c5, surprisingly white is sort of stuck. Yeah, so I don't know if c5 came as a surprise or okay, because white needs to decide. Yeah. Because normally black postpones these actions in the center. Let's say black can go some maybe castle shot first, and after this, black is sort of normally black waits first which type of the pawns white will choose. White can choose to play with the pawn on c3, pawn on e3, or maybe pawn on c3 and the pawn on e4, maybe pawn on e4 and not yet the pawn on c3. So, and black normally wants to see what does white prefers and act accordingly against it. And c5 is sort of a move in which Vadim is maybe trying to take some initiative. Yeah, it's like it's not that you will choose, but maybe I will choose. Yeah, so it's not that you will pick, but I will pick. And now white needs to make some important choice. Important in the sense which type of structure, which type of play they wants to do. Yeah, maybe e3, maybe c3, maybe take on c5. All of these options are possible, but it leads to different structures and to different play. Okay, next we have Dmitry Bocharov, also a famous player and also with a very modest present elo. He plays against Kamalidenova Miroert from Kazakhstan. Also, the game is surprisingly goes very slow. At least we have only a few moves done, and it's all well-known moves. I don't know what actually slows the players, or it's maybe some bug in transmission, but it's hardly possible that so far only these four well-known moves has been played. But we don't have no moves anymore. Okay, so most likely it's going to be some King's Indian, or still it can be Grunfeld. Yeah? Actually, we see that there are much more moves, but so far we got only 4. So of course, Okay, we probably need to wait until it will be fixed. Yeah. Vladimir Maslovsky playing Savo Vitohin, two our very, very young and promising players, both of them around 14, 15 years old. I may be wrong, but not more than by 1 year. We have Sicilian here with a rouser variation. Queen goes to d2, s6, castle, bishop d7, f3, bishop is7, king b1. Exchange on d4, bishop c6. Okay, bishop d3. Okay, here I already out of any knowledge of some nuances. I remember back then when I tried to play this with either color, it was some h4 with white, and black was sometimes playing h6, sometimes not playing, and I was always getting confused in which position is useful to play h6 and which position is better not to play h6. Anyway, my understanding of these positions are far from perfect. Especially, you can take a look how miserably I lost my game against Petr Leko in a tournament in Mexico 2007. It was a sort of a modern candidates tournament, and I lost without any fight with black in a similar structure. So bishop d3 was a choice from white. Queen f5, immediately asking for white to show their intentions. Okay, h4 finally played, and queen c5. So now white king is trapped and forced to be exchanged if black will not change their mind. Yeah. b5. So both sides are trying to make some useful moves because before some unavoidable trading. Yeah. c3. Bishop b7, and finally bishop c2. Okay, even now both sides can withdraw the queen and change their mind, but both of them maybe think it's some concession to play like this, and the young players are still waiting. Yeah. Okay, let's come back to board one, because I'm sure that with the time we spend on looking to the other boards, it must be something going on here. It's really something here. Okay, so let's go move by move. Bishop d3, castle short, queen c2, check, knight e2, h5. So far, one of the main lines. White went castle short. There are also, of course, plans with the long castle, but okay, h4. So Jan is trying to be as active as possible. h3, knight d7, bishop d2, knight f8, rook a3-1, bishop c7, f4. So white plays f4 here. Black goes queen d6. And here white decided that c4 is well timed. Bishop e6, f5. So check is not a threat at all, yeah? So black is sort of forced to give a check, otherwise some bishop f4 and black simply lost too many tempers. King f2. Looks, of course, very picturesque position, yeah, with the king on f2. Okay, bishop g3 is not an idea, yeah? Apart from taking, white can go even some king f3, and then rook h1 is the idea, yeah? After some moves. No, then the rook or then e1 is hanging. No, after bishop g3, white needs to take, but after queen g3, king g1, no any dangerous ideas. Huh? Okay. Bishop c8, c5, and bishop b8. Okay, so that's a point probably that after rook h1, black needs to come back with queen c7. Looks a bit provocative play by Jan. So he wants force white to take some important and fresh decisions. Okay, white's king is up is not enough safe, and black may hope to get some play, but at the same time, black lost so many tempers. Yeah, the bishop is still stuck on c8. The other bishop is on b8. King is knight is on f8, and okay, what's the future of this knight? Maybe knight h7, knight g5. Okay, that's possible if black really intends to go for some attack, but otherwise this knight on g5 is idling in some way, yeah? Okay, at least Jan showed his intention that he wants and he's ready to take some risk, and he's ready to play in a sharp way, and so Alexei has things to think about. Hans decided in favor of taking on c6 on the fourth move. B takes on c6. At my time, it was huge debates which pawn is better or more classical or more, or even maybe, this sounds strange, even more correct to play, like B takes c6 or D takes c6. Nowadays, I think it's less on D based. I think it's more depends on the concrete preparation. So short castle, bishop g7, rook a1, c7, h3. Okay, black has some choice now. If e5, then maybe c3, d4 is still into the white's favor, yeah? Like when d6, waiting for white to make some move, and this move came as e5. I used to play similar ideas against this Rasalima with white. Of course, it's extremely sharp, but okay, white can play this way, d3. Black wins f6. Normally in this structure, white goes after c5 pawn. It can be some knight c3, knight e4. It can be bishop e3. I thought that bishop on c5 is much more active than the knight on c5, because okay, you take 3 moves to bring your knight to c5, which is basically not attacking any important square. But with the bishop on c5, it's much more pleasant and much more active. I think that okay, the pawns on s7, e7 can be possible targets after, and white can connect the position of the bishop on c5 later with playing in the center with some d4. So let's say if white goes bishop a3, most likely black will not be allowed to take on c5. So I can expect some c4 maybe from black. And white is also not supposed to take, because after that the black center will be much more compact, yeah? Maybe some d4 can be also considered, maybe knight. Okay, this is already a gambit, yeah? But maybe even knight e3 can be considered, trying to force to take on d3, then you take, then some rook c1, maybe some d4 later. Okay, white has some tangible lead in the development, so it may get some play, yeah? Okay, here we have, for Ricci, we have a Catalan which goes in a relatively slow motion. So after short castle, it went queen c1 and bishop e7. So everyone is taking care of something important, castle c6. So we have a basic setup with some queen c1, f5 included. Yeah, so normally, back in my times, we have the same position, but the queen was normally on d1 and the pawn was normally on s7. Now we have some inclusions of moves, queen c1 for white and f5 for black, which is maybe to someone's favor. I will not insist on which. And rook d1, knight d7, f4. Okay, f4 looks quite a typical idea. Queen c2. h6 is universally appreciated. That whenever you can play h6, play h6. Yeah? At 3. maybe white wants to fix the pawn and put the knight on c3 and trying to pretend that the pawn on f4 is not only a space-taking pawn, but also a possible target. Yeah, so white. But anyway, to attack the target, white needs at some moment to decide what to do with the pawn on c4. Right? To take on d5 is maybe not in white's intentions. Yeah, to go with c5, it will allow all this play with b6 and some activation black on here. And to play knight c3, you always need to reckon with d takes c4 in the proper moment. And okay, black may take the pawn, and it will be other and more sharp way of play. Daniil is having very interesting and fresh structure. Let's see how he gets there. So s6, g3. That's where we left. d4. Okay, immediately grabbing the space. Okay, why not? Bishop g2, e5, grabbing more space. Why not? Bishop d6 takes on d4. cd. So no ed, but cd. Okay. Okay, after ed it will be still again the same c3 move. Okay, white goes c3. That goes d3. Okay. 93. 97. Of course, it's my first desire is to put the knight on f6, or maybe to connect it with a quicker play in the center. Yeah, knight on e7 does not support this pushing pawns. I mean, so if black wants to push some e4, e5, then maybe we need a knight in a more active place. Okay, knight e7 is more solid, let's say, approach, but position is no longer solid itself. Okay, one attacking. So okay, black goes f6. Maybe actually black wants to play the way they are doing. Yeah, so he doesn't want to push in the center. He's just happy to have this pawn on d3. Anyway, in any regard, it will be a problematic pawn for white. And okay, black wants just to finish the development and to see what white will show. Yeah, f4 is played. Castle shot. Okay, logical. Bishop a3. Okay, Daniil decides to activate the bishop via this way. Okay, black goes rook 8. And okay, now it's still some, I would say, not a problem, but I think it's in that type of structure, it's normally white who needs to prove, yeah? It's normally white who needs to prove, otherwise black simply gets a very, very easy play, yeah? So bishop somewhere, knight is ready to jump somewhere from e7, and white needs to show basically what's their play, yeah? Because okay, b4, b5 is okay. It's a possible play, but very, very hard to get this in a real action. And on the king side, basically, white needs to be really careful, yeah, especially with the bishop on e3, which might shut the empty air, especially if black will remove the knight from e7. Then this bishop on e3 is still, is not contributing that much, yeah. d6 square is under black's control, so okay, looks pretty good for black. And it's hard to say if Daniil still follows his famous prep or he's just experimenting. So okay, let's see. Here we have some exchange of pawn moves. After h6, white went rook c1, knight d5. Okay, probably taking on c6 just runs off for knight b4. Okay, knight d2, queen c7. Not the first move which would come to my mind, frankly speaking. I always instinctively tries to avoid placing queens in front of the enemy's rook. I don't know, these pins are always scary for me. And white goes g4. Very, very fresh approach, yeah? Wow. I'm not sure that I would ever consider this move, even with all my attacking desires, yeah? Go g4. Wow. Okay. Because it looks like, okay, I'm not sure that g5 is such a huge threat. It gives some knight f4 ideas for black in some positions. It requires white to watch out for lots of things now. But at the same time, yeah, we have this problematic queen on c7. We have this a vulnerable pawn on c6. And maybe white's player decides that, okay, we already fixed one problem for black. Okay, let's try to create a second problem. Yeah, and the second problem is this g5 move. After g5 move, black needs to react. Yeah, and yeah, maybe actually g5 can be okay, not as a threat, but as some as a shaker. Yeah, so just to shake the position and to bring more fire into the action, yeah? I don't know if white wants to regroup, maybe some knight e4, knight g3 sort of it, but I doubt this. Okay, my first and second thought is g5 is what white intends here. Anyway, the position goes in a very the game goes in an interesting way. Vladislav finally decided to go f3. Really? Wow. f3. Did I ever try such a weird looking move with white? I guess no. What does he want? He wants to go d4 and then to hide the queen on f2 after that, and to pretend that, okay, I'm just playing a normal Sicilian and f3 is anyway a useful move, and sort of it. Now, just okay, if black goes as a e5, what white wants? He wants to play bishop c4 and then to go d3 f4 and then to go with f4 and knight f3. Because if he is not in time to play so, then I don't know what actually pawn is doing on f3. It's not really so useful in many lines. Okay, bishop b5. Again, it's a question of what white intends after e5. S6 side, I don't know. Okay, bishop d7 is absolutely normal, yeah, with idea to take with the bishop on c6. e5 looks normal, and e6 still it's ways of the 10 p.m. And now f4. Now f4. Okay, if black can allow themselves to play 6, okay, white is probably in time to change their mind and go f4, yeah. G6, knight f3, bishop d7. Now they're sort of back to some normal track for this ruptures. d3, castle short. Okay, normally white plays something like queen e1 here. Then okay, white has an option to go some b3, bishop g2. It's a one idea, or maybe after queen e1 go queen h4, maybe with some f5 ideas. Also, it's an option to consider h3 here, because anyway, white's main idea in that type of positions is to try to play against this b-ish pawn c8. So h3 also comes into consideration, of course. So don't know what Vlad will choose, but anyway, he gets probably what he intended, some nice and interesting position to play. Here we have Caro with knight f3. It was a white's choice. Knight f3, 6. Bishop e2. Knight d7. Castle f5, f4. f6, we already seen it in Taba games, so it must be really trendy line for black. c4. And after bishop b4, looks like it's still there or not, because it's already not so many moves has been played so far, yeah? Bishop b4, it looks like white is still thinking, yeah? Yeah. I don't know how well does it this combination of f4 and c4, because okay, really this b4 square looks like a nice outpost for the black bishop, so I don't know, it would be not my first intention with white to play c4, but okay, I'm talking about the line. Obviously, both of players know it much better than me. Here we have a long castle with white, so we stopped around this moment, and I said that white can choose which side to castle, so Shamsidin decided that the long castle fits better to his 2 days wishes. Takes 97, castle long. It's a normal and typical exchange French type of positions, but white has somehow has a pawn on f4. Normally we quite often seen such a positions in many different games, but normally with a pawn on f2. And with a pawn on f2, white normally proceeds with some bishop d3, h4, and then trying to operate and make some attack on the keying side. Okay, with a pawn on f4, it can be also maybe some pawn attack. If I just add some g4, g5, maybe. Also with a pawn on f4, it's white has more control in the center, but at the same time, maybe it's harder for the queen to join the attack, yeah, in some sense. g4, okay, logically b5, like also intense. White goes bishop d3. Instinctively, to my French understanding, it looks a bit scary for black, because okay, black might defend quite well, but I mean, from the practical point of view, this incoming g5 is really unpleasant, and black always needs to take care how to meet such a move. Bishop b7. Okay, b4 would be my first instinct to see how white reacts. Because okay, if black goes b4, anyway, white needs to react. Taking probably, I don't know, maybe f4, but then my thought would be some a3, some b3. And then, okay, white is facing another unpleasant choice. Okay, c3, then I will attack this pawn. Okay, c4 still, I can try some c5, maybe some queen somewhere there. So this pawn on b3 anyway will provide some tactical ideas. And if white, let's say, takes on b4, then at least, okay, I managed to open some line. Okay, maybe it's not dangerous at all, of course, yes, and white can simply ignore to go maybe with some g5. Maybe white's attack is faster, who knows, but at least it would be my serious consideration as black. In the game, it went bishop b7, and white went queen e3. Queen e3, probably trying to anticipate some c5 moves from black, and also to activate the queen a bit. The question is if knight b6, knight d5 comes with tempo, and if it's scary for white or not. Okay, maybe not that much. Yeah, white can go just even knight e5, maybe then some queen g3, still continuing to strengthen their position. Maybe even can ignore and just go g5, and if knight d5, queen somewhere, queen d2 even. Okay. Here we have the same position as in Alexander Grishuk's game after f6. Here, instead of c4, white chose for more solid-looking knight b to d2, knight h6, knight b3, knight f7. So black is supposed to be happy once knight is on a7. Yeah, it looks very flexible, and now white is in a position to decide what to do with pawn on e5. Bishop f4, that's an answer. Okay, then g5 comes. Okay, brave and probably good. Bishop g3 and h5 comes. And now black wants to use white pieces. I mean, the knight on f3 and the bishop on e3, just to get the pawns rolling ahead. Yeah. h3, I doubt that it would be my first instinct. h4 can be the choice, but obviously I'm not feeling so secure here with white, because h4, even g4 can be considered, and then black can grab the pawn on e5. Okay, white needs to prove, what sort of compensation they will have. Take on f6 right now is also possible. Okay, for example, queen takes f6. And still this h4 is very nasty and quite unpleasant to face with white. I know to my taste it looks a very pleasant position for black. Also quite easy to play, and white needs to already make some important and not really easy choices. Either h3, h4 taking has some clear drawbacks, and it's not the way you normally wants to have something with white. Yeah, so instead of something predictable, you have already something hard and unpredictable. Okay, Raunak versus Alexander Zabotin. We left after this slightly mysterious queen d3. Black decided in the favor for knight c6. Rook d1. Okay, why not? Knight b4. Jumpy, rook c8. Bishop f3. Okay, so white wants to... Still a bit mysterious play with white. Okay, it's possible, of course. Knight g4. Takes, f3. Check on h4. Wow. What's a big idea of this check? Okay, most likely white will cover with bishop f2. To lose the right to castle, that looks a bit too much to me. Even though, okay, the pawn on g6 is hanging, but still I have my doubts. Okay. Maybe bishop f2, maybe bishop g5, maybe here there, yeah? Maybe, no, but then queen e2. Then queen e2, then maybe bishop e6, yeah? And then bishop c4 is coming. Taking on d6, the knight takes on c2. That might be quite okay for black, yeah? And if bishop e3, bishop g4, sort of repetition of moves, yeah? Because, okay, taking on f2, queen f2 is obviously not in the black's favor, so then white will castle, rook d2, rook d1, very, very easy play. So Raunak is taking his time, taking his thoughts, yeah? It looks like bishop f2, bishop g5, and trying to force white either to make some concession or just to repeat the moves, yeah? Here we have, okay, we left around here, bishop e3, f6, e3, okay, that's a possible line. Take b5, bishop e2, bishop b7, castle short, bishop d6, f4. So nobody wants to take this pawn on g7 anymore, yeah? Because the instincts are whispering you, maybe you can consider, yeah? is taken, check on h2, some bishop f5, queen g5. It can be also quite an interesting way of playing. Okay, maybe f4 white liked more. Okay, e5 was played, queen d2, and black decided just to simplify, yeah? Queen f4. Okay, that's a more solid approach from white. Okay, white is probably saying it's enough to have a slightly easier position to play. Black is sort of, to my understanding, is forced to trade queens. Otherwise, it's just too dangerous to play. Okay, d6, I really doubt it's a good idea to play with fire. Some knight b5, bishop b5, or some e5, some other sacrifices. No, too many threats. I think maybe just to take and develop the knight and okay, play this type of endgame, which look basically quite okay for black. Next board we have Yevgeny, and Yevgeny showed his dynamic intentions in play. After f6 he went knight f3. Here black decided to go knight g5. Okay, not so easy to find a good square for the knight. Because 7 knight f8 is possible, but a bit passive, even though it comes to some consideration. Rook 8, maybe knight f8, and then 2. Because after that, okay, black is giving white some squares and some play. Knight c3, bishop f6, queen b3, king h8, d5. Taking on c3 is it can lead towards quite an unpleasant opposite colored bishops position, where white has clearly some nice initiative, and this pawn on g5 is only weakness. Yeah. So bishop f5 was played. So, and Yevgeny decided not to trust his opponent, but just to grab all the possible pawns. Yeah. So queen takes on b7, rook b8 is played. Now Yevgeny needs to choose which other pawn he needs, or okay, maybe he wants to take. Both of them looks very tasty. Which one he prefers? I don't know. Black is obviously intending to take on b2, attacking the knight on c3, and trying to get this counterplay in action. Yeah? Active rook to bishop, and maybe later combine it maybe with some possible play against f2 pawn. But at the same time, of course, white is taking material and has a very solid position. So anyway, it looks like black will need to prove does he has really some full compensation or not. Visually looking, I have my doubts, but anyway, it's only my visual estimation. Natalia Paragonina against Aram Hagapian. We left around this moment c4, c5. So Natalia decided to immediately to release the tension in the center, and she went off to exchange on d5. Knight takes, d takes, knight takes. Okay, so far so good. Knight e4. Also logical move. Knight takes e4. I don't know, let's say if black wants to go b6, maybe it can be considered to go in b6 here immediately, yeah? Okay, knight g5. Some additional option for white, yeah? Okay, black decided to take immediately and just went b6. b6. Next is bishop b7 or bishop a6, depending what white wants. So far, quite a calm game. If white is not in obsession with some crazy ideas like h4, knight g5, and h4, h5, all this alpha zero type of play, then okay, then she can simply proceed with, I don't know, bishop d2, rook c1, rook d1, and try to play in a solid fashion, or maybe to bring bishop to d4 and to later to trade it for the for the black one. Okay, looks pretty calm if white will not seek for some storm here. Here we have not so many moves after the last time we've seen it. So it was around knight d2. I think we left it here. And okay, b5 is quite a typical move. a3, okay, stopping it for the moment. Black goes knight d7. Okay, maybe sometimes to prevent any e5 ideas, maybe to prepare some bishop g5 in some lines to simplify. Queen g3. Also, white is trying to knight e5, queen e3. That's what. There's maybe some d4 idea. Yeah? There's maybe some d4 idea. Knight g6, bishop h2. And now it looks like maybe some d4 is in the air. Yeah? Then okay, white can take some space in the center. Knight to f3, d4, and then okay, then black may miss some moment and may end up in a position with limited options for counterplay. Yevgeny is breaking through, not waiting. He goes d5. And now Adin is taking his time. He considering different options, I guess. Yeah? Taking d5 is quite a modest one. I don't know if f4 is here. Maybe it's my typical way of overplaying chess. Looks quite interesting to take some space and maybe to have some future play with some e5 or f5, at least to force black to consider all that. Knight f3 is a normal solid looking move, postponing all the important decisions for a better moment, but then maybe it's harder for white to get the pawn into action, and the bishop on f1, let's after some d4 can still be relatively inactive. Here we have some moves in this Carlton structure. So Maxim went for knight e4, not waiting this queen c2 and all this standard play. After taking queen c2, knight goes to f6, short castle, bishop f5. If black can play like this, it looks like black can more or less easily solve their problems. Yeah? Well, what is so bad now about black's position? Yeah? It's like they already installed the knight on f4. They already have the bishop on f5. Okay, maybe some pin, but it doesn't look that dangerous. Yeah. Okay, knight e5, castle short, f3. Okay, what to do? White needs to do something, and taking on f5, knight b5, and knight comes back to d6. After long circle journey, we ended up back to d6, and white went e4. Okay, quite a dangerous looking move, but at the same time, white is not having any big threat for the moment. Yeah? Obviously, the pawn on d4 now is the main subject in that game. Black may consider bringing queen to b6. Black may consider some rook d8, preparing maybe even some ideas like d e4, f f4, knight d takes e4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, simultaneously attacking all the minor pieces of white. Okay, it's maybe not correct, as we can see, maybe just rook e1, and it's not working, but at least to have something of that in the air. Okay, position I would say looks close to the equal, but anyway, after e4 it will be more concrete play now. Here we left in the moment around here. After king b1, queen c7, a3. So white is taking lots of prophylactics against all possible threats from black, all these jumps. Okay, black goes b5. Looks absolutely okay for black. I mean, by general principles, let's say knight goes to d5. Trade, 97, d2, f8. Okay, despite both sides has opposite side castles, it doesn't look that they will start to attack each other at the first possible chance. It looks like they more concentrated on the play in the center. Yeah, so this pawn on e5 is maybe a pawn around which they may conclude some play. Okay, also the pawn on c2 is okay. It's some targets. Okay, this because okay, c3 hardly white wants to play such a move. Yeah, black will reply f5 at some moment, and it's always some before in the air. If white goes bishop d3, black might consider bishop f5 in some positions to change the bishop and to continue pressing the c2 pawn. Okay, looks quite playable for both sides, but obviously if we have to estimate, I would say that black looks like having no objective problems here. It's like absolutely fine and absolutely playable. Here we have this moment after knight e5. David was quick with his actions in the center. White went back to e2. And then just game can continue in that way. So of course white can always bring the bishop back to d3, but it looks like white is just playing only with one piece, and black meanwhile has moved his knight from b8 to g6, which is relatively a normal stuff for them. Okay, this d5, castle short, queen b3. And now c6. Still position looks around equal. And white needs to see how he wants to proceed. Maybe some h3, bishop e3, maybe some other setups, maybe taking on d5 and try to play a very simplified position. I don't know if some f4, e5 is here, maybe to find some play on a queen side, but okay, looks quite debatable, this idea. So Danishvar played this slightly mysterious move queen e1, after which black played the move which we actually discussed. So rook f to e8, knight d2. Now white's idea is of course f4. After f4, black has problem because this bishop on e6 is lacking squares and f5 is a huge threat. c5 maybe is not at all what black wants to do in that structures. At least it's one of the normal way how you can try to think, how you can try to reply. But okay, maybe after c5, is it possible? Okay, I'm getting crazy again. Because my idea was that if white takes this, is then to take with the knight. Because okay, this bishop is hanging, bishop before I take on d3. And then okay, it looks more or less okay because white needs to remove the bishop, and then I have time to to do something with my knight on f6. If I takes first, okay, I take with the knight, dc, queen c5. I don't see then maybe knight e4. That can be some problem. Yes, white can actually take this first. Yeah. Okay, let's say I'm taking this. D takes c5. Okay, if bishop takes, then I guess some knight e4. If queen takes, it was my idea because I thought maybe not so many bad jumps. Okay, knight b5, queen b6, but this way this might be slightly unpleasant, yeah. Because okay, to sacrifice the queen, but white takes and takes on e4. We're not on time to keep this pawn, and we're not on time to make some pins. And if we remove, then okay, white take on a6, and the king is weak. Eh? Okay, then might be that c5 is a doubtful option. Anyway, black went for g5 here. I briefly mentioned some possibility to play f4. In the game, white decided to play more calm, just bishop g3, enjoying life. So take on g3, f takes, queen d6. Okay, but now white I guess just enjoying, yeah, because okay, black has a weak king, and in the center also they're lacking some nice squares. Queen f2, c5. Here I guess black is suffering already quite a lot, I would say. I'm not sure white has some clear-cut way to finish the game, but obviously this whole situation is for a long time will be a big problem for black. So for Mara, there are some tough times. Those might be coming. For Shima, we have f3, g6. G6, I think it existed, yeah, in some sense. White went bishop f4, bishop g7, g4. Okay, bishop e6, e3, castle shot, not castle shot, h5. Okay, bishop b5, and castle shot right now. So black is eager to sacrifice one or two pawns maybe, but to get some concrete play. Of course, on the white seat, you don't want to complicate it that much. You want somehow to keep the stability and flexibility of your pieces. That means that okay, I doubt that taking on h5 is a good option. h3 is, of course, is an option. g5 is also an option. And I don't know what black intends. Knight d7, I don't know if I'll be very grabby with pawns. I'll take on c6 and take on d5. Okay, I might regret it later, but for the moment I will feed myself, yeah, with a couple of pawns. Knight g5, actually, it's a question where black wants to put the knight, because knight on h7 might be out of play. Knight e8 is possible, but for the moment it loses some coordination for black. Knight d7 is the most quick move, let's say, but white has two ways of recapture on c6. Bishop takes and knight takes is also possible, and knight takes bishop c6, rook c8, and I don't know, maybe even taking on d5, even though it looks scary, I must admit. Yeah, looks a bit scary. Black can take, queen e5, knight c3, e5. White is probably supposed to take maybe some knight e5, then rook d8, and knight is jumping. So the pawn on g5 may be hanging. So I don't know. It looks quite sharp, yeah. Looks quite sharp. But anyway, white is mostly here looking how to stabilize, rather how to eat something. Yeah. Arseny, what do we have with Arseny? He went b4 after this aggressive jump. Knight e4 is sort of quite a move-by-move play by black. Okay, b4 was played. Bishop b2, bishop f6. Exchange on f6. Queen c2, of course, is always an option. Yes, so. And I would say it looks more easy move to make. Okay, because here this knight on c3 will bring some noise. Yeah. Castle short, rook c1, d4. Black is playing really active and really fresh chess, but it's a big question: does he'll be in time to defend everything he wants to get here? Yeah. Knight b3. Okay, now b5 is in the air. Okay, most likely. Okay, let's consider black just goes e5. Okay, I presume maybe some e5, b5 still. Again, lacking some squares. Yeah. Okay, bishop e6 is too much. Yeah. Shall I take a look to that move, or we just consider that too much? Okay, let's just consider that too much. And okay, let's say knight e7, something simpler. Maybe white goes e3. Yeah, it's hard to say if black will have easy life here protecting this knight on c3. G4 maybe, but looks quite scary to me. White has lots of ideas, even take bishop f3, take on e5, some idea. Okay. In this game, white decided to trade on f6 after h6, and the game goes in quite a solid motion. Rook c1, rook c8, c3, no any c4. I don't know if c4 was possible, but I thought maybe white wants to scary black with some c4 ideas, but okay, not yet. f5. Here it's always a question: do white needs to play some g4 in that structure, or white can leave it like this and pretend it's not the side on the board I wish to play on? Okay, white went knight f4, bishop c7, knight d3. Okay, placing the knight in a very flexible and very active place. Bishop d6 and f4. Okay. Hoping that black knight will never land on e4. And anyway, it's a really long road there. Yeah? 5-6 moves to get there, and white is maybe in time to activate more pawns meanwhile. Okay, but the position looks roughly equal for both sides. It's not that easy to play actively, so next we have Denis versus King's Indian and Bogdan Bilikov. He will left at this moment when black went knight f to g8. Knight f to g8. Yes, knight b5. Okay, a logical jump. Eyeing this d6 pawn, which is the most important in the whole black construction of pawns. Okay, white's traded on f5, knight g5. So far, so good. How black should react? Not so clear. h6 is played. And knight goes back all of a sudden. Because my idea that white wants knight e6, of course. But all of a sudden, white just removed back. What's the deep idea of this maneuvering back and forward? Okay, knight g6 is played. Because the pawn on h6 does not look to me like a big weakness, yeah? Because, okay, it's protected. Knight e1, king h7, g3. and the game a bit slow down. Yes, so okay, probably knight goes to g2, and then okay, it's hard for black to push pawns without providing white lots of pleasant squares. Yeah? This knight on b5 is forever unpleasant, and black is facing some task now how to make the active play on the center or on the queen side. On the king side, sorry, because on the queen side, black is stuck, and maybe it's a side where white can possibly only improve maybe some f5 and sort of it. Now we can make a short break for about 5-10 minutes, and then we continue our live transmission from round 1 of Aeroflot Open. So don't go too far away. Stay with us, and we resume shortly. Well, welcome back to the round one of the Aeroflot Open 2025. So we have already some games which seem to me they almost, okay, not like decided, but quite close to that. Let's take a look what goes on in the Jan's game, because there are so many sharp things happening here. So we left the players after bishop b8 around this moment. And okay, I said that Jan is obviously doing his best to play in a sharp and tasteful chess. Rook h1 was played. Queen was asked to come back to c7. Here Alexei decided to go in g3, which I don't know how to estimate. It's understandable from one point of view, but let's say still this pawn on g3, of course, will create massive tactics ideas later. Queen goes to d8. Okay, queen d5 is obviously the idea. Okay, taking on g3 was probably not what Alexei wanted, even though, let's say, okay, queen, knight g3, queen d4, maybe rook a1 and then take on d4. Yeah, and losing this pawn is quite sad for white, yeah? Okay, rook f1. Okay, still white tries to consolidate. B6. very calm move, a typical Jan. In a stormy position, don't forget to find some new play on the other side of the board. Okay, b5. And okay, bishop went back. Okay, I don't know if bishop b3 was maybe a safer option. Okay, after bishop b3, because now the stones come, yeah? Because queen d5, check, rook f3, and knight g6. And okay, I'm trying to understand if both players follow the prep, okay, not prep, but follow the some calculations, or they were just relying on the intuition. Because after knight g6, things look so scary for white that, let's say, I would think 5 times before entering all the stuff. Okay, knight h4 obviously is a killing threat. Okay, f takes g6, bishop h3, and in the game white went bishop g5. It's some very sparkling idea, but at the same time, now black is equal with the material, even now is a exchange up. White took on f7, king take on f7, bishop g6 check. It's hard to say what would be if black just goes back. Maybe there are some ideas, but the position's so weird, yeah? Some knight jumps are possible. Okay, but knight g1, g4, yeah? Queen, king h4, queen f6, and then we can take the rook on e1. Okay, because it says that Jan went king f6, maybe he just wanted to play something more forced, yeah? King f6, and okay, now white simply resigned. Simply resigned because it's time to resign, maybe, yeah? What would be after bishop e8? Let's take a look. Maybe just g2, yeah? Enough is just g2 and it's mate. Rook h8 is also mate. g4 sometimes is also mate. There are too many mating ideas. And Jan is taking his first victory. Okay, well deserved. Okay, both players were taking lots of risk in that game. It was really interesting one. So maybe the critical moment was around this moment. I don't know how g3 is forced or not. Maybe white can play some rook f1. Maybe asking Jan maybe to show his intentions, or maybe some other moves. Okay, g3 is let's say a high style. Yeah, so he sacrificed the pawn, trying to stabilize. And after rook f1, b6, still it was quite possible that white can play this position, even though the presence of the pawn on g3 is really, of course, unpleasant. And after this, b5, now it was now or never moment, yeah? So maybe bishop b3 was the last moment to stay in the game, even though it might be easily some other tactics work for black. But after this, check, this knight g6 looks like white is in a deep trouble now. Yeah? Should be g5 a desperate attempt, but it's not working. Black just collects, and neither checks are helping whites. No queen b3, no bishop g6 are not effective enough. So Jan has got his first win, quite an important one, because he played a solid player, and okay, he scored the win with the black pieces. Obviously, it will get him in a proper mode. Our congratulations. Second board, Hans, we stopped around move f6. Of course, I've said that bishop on c5 looked more active piece, and that's why, of course, Hans is doing something opposite. So he moved his knight to f4. Now it's still a question what will happen after c4, maybe d4. Actually, what happened? So c4 was played, and white traded on h6 and went d4. Like this, and now black cannot keep the structure. Yeah? Now black needs to decide maybe to castle and to completely reunite, but to open as many lines as possible or do something else. Okay, e d4, queen takes d4, castle shot, queen c4, king h8, knight c5. Okay, white enjoys now. That's for sure. Because okay, black pieces are passive, bishops are passive. This bishop on h6 is basically sharding some empty diagonals now. e5, d1, queen, bishop g7, d2. G2 is very calm move, yeah. So he's not in a hurry. He thinks that okay, my position allows me to play in a slow way also. And queen c3. I can't say that these two moves are so easily for me to get. Okay, probably Hans see some reasoning over them. Why does he need this queen c3 move? Bit mysterious move to me. Frankly speaking, okay, the pawn is hanging, but there are obviously lots of ways how to protect it. Not saying b4 is active, but b3 may be the option. Maybe other moves. Okay, queen c3. It still looks quite stable and pleasant for white, and Eric needs to defend it very, very precisely. Otherwise, any mistake from his side can be simply crucial, and it will be no any turning over. Next, we have quite a funny position in a Reacher's game. So after a3, queen b6, it was played. I don't know, maybe black intends to play this queen either to a6 or maybe to have the opportunity to jump to b3 in some variations. Knight c3 was played and queen b3. Yeah, that was actually the point. Black forces trade, but now has this strange pawn on b3, which might be strong, which might be weak. So now it's a decision for white how to react. cd5 looks quite logical. c5 might be an option, but then I guess some b6 and black pieces are quite quick. So white decided to trade and h4. Why h4? Knight d2 is of course the first move which comes to mind. Then what, g5? He was afraid. b3 and some jump. Just don't know. Let's see what could be here. Take. Okay, black may have some play here, right? Even maybe some f5, knight f6, and trying to fix the pawn, and then maybe bring knight to g4, bishop to d6, and have this play. Okay, so white decided to stop it by playing h4. Knight b6, then knight is coming here, knight d2, bishop f5. Okay, white is still persistent. Of course, this pawn on b3 is very, very nasty. He needs to take care. Okay, bishop a3 is probably too much. Okay, bishop c2, knight d1. A lot of concrete play now. Okay, white intends to go knight a3. Knight f4, knight e3, bishop went back to g6. A big question if after knight d1 black is ready to repeat the moves. I mean, otherwise they need to take care about this b3 pawn. White can also try to take simply on b3, knight b2. Okay, but that looks quite nice for black, I would say. And But knight d2, I don't know if knight d1, knight b2 can be the option, yeah, for black. Knight takes b2, bishop takes a3. It looks hard to protect. Okay, rook b1, probably white would play, yeah, take. Okay, but this pawn on b3, if it falls, then probably white is doing fine, yeah? If it falls. If not falls, then I don't know, it's hard to say. It's take, check. Somewhere, because rook e2, rook b3 is probably no tactics, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anyway, it looks like black is doing quite okay, but after 91, it's very concrete, yeah? Or do I miss something more simple? Maybe actually some rook move is also possible, yeah? With the idea, let's say some rook around here. If knight takes and rook attack, and maybe just would take the pawn. But okay, it's quite slow. Maybe rook a5 then, yeah? Maybe to stop knight c5. Knight d1, rook a5, and if white takes, rook b5. Yeah, maybe knight c5 is less attractive. If knight d2, knight b2. Okay, but white has some f4 mess. Okay. It's also a possible line of play. Anyway, Richard is doing quite good. Daniil is having another crazy position. He's pawn down, but has lots of piece play. Let's see how the game went. We stopped around queen b1, and I was saying that black looks quite nice here to my taste. Bishop e6, knight b2. Aha, that was his idea, how to take this pawn. Okay, black is in for the change. Bishop f7. Okay, a solid move and a cautious one. I like it. Knight is jumping. Black is still cautious. b6, knight e4. A long journey to centralize this knight. Okay, queen d7. d4. Okay, now or never. ed f5. Okay, a stylish play. Black is grabbing what is possible. Knight d4, rook d8, queen d3. Obviously, on each move, both sides has lots of options, and it's not that easy to guess which are the most correct moves. Okay, maybe intuition is even more helpful in that type of position than some pure calculations. Otherwise, you will be in a severe time trouble without even being sure that you were capable in finding the best moves. Knight b3. Okay. Rook d1. Trade. And f5. Okay, black is obviously trying to keep both pawns in action. Okay, it's a big chance in that game. Rook c1, knight d5, bishop f1. No idea if it's really the best play. Obviously, Daniil is trying to find some new work for his bishop on g2. Queen b1. Bishop b5 is sort of unpleasant, yeah? Unpleasant, and black is already there. Let's simplify. Knight b4. Still not easy, yeah? I mean, Daniil is doing his best to come with some play, to create some chances in that game, but Denis is quite solid. Unfortunately, I don't see the remaining time. Okay, maybe it's possible to see it on the clocks, but in this transmission, I don't see some time remaining, or maybe I'm not yet effective in finding it, because if time trouble is not there, this still looks pretty tough for white to break. White has active pieces, but black is quite solid. Okay, let's move. Andrei Yesipenko, we didn't see that game for a long time. We stopped after some heroic move G4. Around here, I said that I would probably miss that move. I'm not sure that I would be able to find it. Even though, of course, I'm not meaning it's a weak or bad or something else. I'm just saying, okay, it's actually a very, very, very nice play by Vahe. Queen d8, sort of silently admitting that maybe Queen c7 was quite a controversial move, and okay, also admitting that g5 is quite annoying idea for black. White went knight b3, f5, now knight e5, exchange, bishop d7, bishop d2, bishop e8, very deep and solid, and f4 now. Hard to estimate for me. I don't know. I can easily be wrong. I don't know how to assess. Some of the black pieces are quite passive, but at the same time, now g4 looks a bit out of point. If all play will switch now to the queen side, then white might regret playing this g4. The pawn might be simply hanging in sort of lines. Also, sometimes f5 can be quite an option for black, asking white for finding some best way how to react. Many things, I guess, will be depend on also on the time. If both players are approaching the time trouble and sort of it, then of course it can seriously affect the results. Let's take a look at Vladislav against Alisa, d3 castle. I was saying that h3 queen e1, but none of it actually took place, because it was actually played f5. Vladislav in a very creative mood for today, so he decides that no any half measures, I'll do whole measures, yeah, f5. Quite a responsible choice. Okay, black decided to pick it. Okay, g takes, knight h4. One more pawn, and white takes on h6. Takes, queen h5, g7, knight f4. Very active play, but if white is not succeeding in mating, then okay, he can be missing at least one pawn. Yeah, f6 does this essential. Okay, maybe knight g5 jump is quite quite unpleasant. Queen 8, maybe some option also, maybe to have some f5 ideas later, trying to trade queens. A bit crampy, yeah. I don't know. It can be, it can be maybe some moves, even knight f5, and then okay, this queen on 8 looks a bit strange. Okay, f6 was played, rook e1, e6, covering all the possible squares, rook f3 and rook s7. Okay, a typical way to protect the 7th rank. Okay, the last piece is joining the play. Okay, the bishop on c8 is still in the play, and the queen on d8 somehow is also involved. Position is quite complicated. I don't know actually what is there. King f1, really. Vladislav surprises me more and more with his play. If it really is the move which was played, yes, it looks like it was played. King f1. Let's say if somebody will ask me to To guess the move, I think king f1 would not be my first 10 picks. Definitely, I don't know why, but I'm designed in a more primitive way. Rook h4, rook g3, king h1 could be even my guess. King f1. Okay, in some position, maybe it's kind of important to defend the rook on a1, maybe not to give any tempest, queen f5, some jumps or whatsoever, but if the position will become open, he may regret placing his king on f1. And black has still two bishops, all the other heavy pieces on board, so I don't know, either that's too deep or that's too good. Hard to say. Anyway, visually it looks like black is doing fine. I don't see any concrete ideas. Black is pawn up. Okay, white has some sort of compensation, maybe long term, but objectively I would prefer black here. Alexander Grishuk against Aldir Arazbayev. We weren't there for quite a while. After bishop b4, knight c3 was white's choice. Knight e7, knight e2. Okay, two tempests, but taking the bishop. E4. E4, knight d3. Okay, a high style. Taking this. Knight f4, e5. Again, position became very concrete. Maybe knight h5. Yeah, looks logical. Castle in the air. Rook e1. And just knight g6. Yeah? Aldir is trying to play dynamic chess, trying to use the possibility of his active bishops, but things are not that easy, yeah? Still this rook on a1 and bishop on c1 in the initial positions, and it's not that easy to find some great follow-up. I don't know, d5 might be an option now, even though it might involve more problems if knight will jump from d7 to d3 or sort of it, but at least we take some pawns. So d5, yeah, d5 is some option. d5, e4 can also be replied from black. I'm trying to use maybe that white pieces are also hanging in some lines. d5, knight c5, of course, is a hand move, but then white takes on c6. I don't know, we need to calculate what goes on. Because black can trade knight b3, white takes on b7, and okay, white at least gets the dangerous pawn for the ugly position of the pieces. Okay. Next, let's take a closer look to the other games, because I don't want really to go too deep on one game, because we can easily miss a lot of interesting moments on the others. Here we had position after queen e3. It was, I think, the last moment we stopped. Knight b6 was actually played. g5, just as I thought, it's still possible. Knight d5, queen d2. Now Yekaterina has to decide, yeah. She went b4. So if g takes h6, then what? And even b takes a3. So who made faster or what? I don't know. It's hard to say who makes faster. Yeah, g takes h6, b takes a3, h takes g7. Because for a2 I always have queen f5. I don't know. So if takes, then maybe g6, maybe idea. So maybe g takes h6, just to go g6. Of course, to keep it as close as possible, and then okay, white anyway needs to decide what to do on the queen side. Anyway, f4 was played, but now came f5 move. Not waiting the other chance for white. position, still quite complicated. I don't know what white has to take en passant, or what. Knight c5 is also an option. Knight c5, gf6. Basically, two moves are so far coming to my mind. Gh shouldn't work probably. And moving back the knight does not seem as a proper choice. What's best is hard to say. It's hard to say. Also, many things will depend on time. Okay. Taba, he was pushing pawns. We left him at a pleasant moment when he pushed h5. And visually, and not even visually, he looked very happy. White opted for h3. Okay, h4. Bishop h2, g4, okay. Simple chess, yeah? Just push and push. Take, take. Knight e1. Black must be really, really happy with the outcome of the opening, yeah? So he has already lots of lines against the white king. And white's pieces are very, very passive. Queen b6, knight d2. Okay, but black simply enjoys. I don't know how much black is better, but obviously black is doing really, really well here. Next we have Sadvani, who was trying to avoid this repetition. And he does succeed after this queen h4 check, queen bishop f2, bishop g5. He found this idea, queen e2, bishop e6, knight c5. So he avoided some quick simplification of play. Queen e7. Okay, the trade. Castle short, castle short. Finally, everyone moved back. Queen d3. Bishop b6, rook d7. Knight f4. Okay, knight c5 is probably the idea, yeah, to use the spin. Rook s7 protecting the rook. c4. Going for some Morozevich type bind, yeah. Okay, this looks very nice for white. Here we can stack and to estimate, okay, white succeeded in stopping any reasonable counterplay from black, and black's position looks pretty passive. Okay, bishop f4, queen h4 is only, I think white always needs to watch out. So b4, bishop d8, bishop a3, bishop f6, knight c3, 6, knight e2. Okay, with that play, probably Raunak stopped any play in the center. Queen b3, bishop g5, queen f2, bishop f2. Okay, still white enjoys, but he needs to find anyway some active actions to break black through. Okay, maybe he intends to focus on some queenside play, maybe with some b5 or c4 or c5 in the proper moment, or b5, maybe even f4. I don't know. He looks like he decides not to play in the center, but he wants to focus on the queenside, combining with the pressure against d6 and e6 pawns. Okay, a possible play. Here we have some already almost a deep endgame. Black is temporary pawn up, but white is pressing for quite a while. Rook f4, knight e7, f4. Okay, a typical and logical move to attack the pawn chain and to get some squares. Knight d5 is also a typical idea. Rook c8. White takes, f5, going back. Okay, that's also logical. Bishop h5. This looks a bit strange move to me. I don't know why, but okay, let's believe the players. Rook f8. Rook d1. Take. b2. I don't know. It looks quite okay for black. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't see what can be possibly go wrong here. Yeah, the king can escape to the queen side. So pieces are relatively active. It's hard for white to find a big follow-up. So maybe it's better for white to start to think how to fight for the draw maybe here. I don't know. It looks like this. Like this. Okay, what do we have? Evgeny Nair, I guess he succeeded in taking care about the black's counter play. His position looks completely winning, 2 passed pawns and some domination. Okay, f2 has defended. All the pieces looks quite defended, and just these 2 pawns shall decide the game. So black is in a very, very bad position right now. Here, as I predicted, the game goes relatively calm. Not so much going on. White may go some queen f3, maybe trade more pieces. So for the moment, looks quite and solid game. Here we have, actually we have lots of fight. We're left in the moment when black opted for d5. Yes, and I didn't have to make some choice. Okay, I was thinking maybe for is a move or not. Okay, knight f3 was played. Rook c8. I would definitely consider d4 for black. Okay, now white exchange on d5. Queen takes. b4. Rook d8. Rook c1. Hard to say what goes on. Maybe white intends sometimes to have c4 or prepares e5. I don't know. Visually, I have lots of doubts on this move. Because, okay, now this pawn formation for black is very, very insecure, and light squares can be later can be exposed. I don't know. The c5, I have lots of doubts, but okay, Evgeny, he wanted to insert his knight on d4 and try to say that it's enough to be happy. For me, white pick up the challenge. Okay, so taking on e5. This, this, and this. b1. Black is obviously having great knight on d4, but white is a pawn up, and this it's not only the pawn, it's a pass pawn. And white has very simple play, f4, e5, and push the pawns. And what black can do against this plan? Because white king is not exposed, and black rooks are far from the action. I don't know. Looks pretty doubtful that black will have enough compensation for the pawn, and white has very, very easy play to follow. Here we stopped after e4, and I said that probably the game can be more sharp from there on. Okay, g6 is probably a nice way to stop all these bishop h7 ideas from white. Rook f to e1. At least now this rook will never be so dangerous on the f file. Queen d8, as I mentioned, yeah, maybe eyeing this d4 pawn is... That's a normal play from black. Queen f2, rook e8, rook d1, rook e6. Both sides are a bit stuck because it's not on e5 and takes a square which belongs to white pawn. I don't know if any sacrifices are like knight g6 or knight c6 are possible or not. I mean, that is to take maybe to go e5 and at least to get rid of this problematic knight. Otherwise, I don't know what white wants. If black just goes queen b6, rook e8, how white wants to improve the position. Black is obviously having lots of space to improve, yeah? Okay, maybe the yellow wants to put the bishop on b3 and to press all this rook on the 6, pawn on the 7. Anyway, position looks approximately equal, maybe playable for both sides. Indian Grandmaster Naranyan against Timoshen Maxim. It's already some deep endgame, which is looks like quite playable for black. I don't know. Popov Konstantin against David Paravyan. Position is simplifying, looks approximately equal. Okay, white hopes are that, okay, potentially the pawn on d5 is on the white square, and okay, if this simplifies, maybe also the pawn on f5 in some position, especially if we get rook to c5, might be used as a target, but it's a little bit going too far. But overall, it maybe looks more even than to anyone's advantage. Danishvar is somehow got completely closed and frozen on the king side. I was expecting him to make some fierce actions here, but the position changed. And after this, queen f2, c5. I said that white is clearly enjoying here, so he decided to trade. I don't know if it was necessarily or not. Aha, so knight c5. Now it's becoming something forced. Should be one. Taken of 6, knight d3, queen h6. What is this? What is this? Maybe not enough huge red if white, if black just takes on c1. If queen g5, king f8. It's maybe not so dangerous, yeah? Also, white probably needs to wait some tempo in recapturing this knight on c1, and it will slow down, yeah? Okay, bishop b1 was played. Knight goes back to d7. d1. g4. g4, okay, at least to force white to do something. Queen e5, knight b3, h5, king h2, 6. So black somehow regrouped, yeah? Somehow regrouped, and it's not that easy now to attack them, yeah? Knight c5, c8, knight d3. Queen goes back, knight e4, and Nishvar decided, okay, that's enough of watching this tango of knights. Let's trade and let's close it, yeah? Okay, black takes, okay, and he wants to keep the queens on board. He takes with e-pawn. And, okay, still maybe white can be teeny better, but I don't know. White was playing relatively slow and does not succeed in improving the position that much, so Marat can defend it much more easily than I guess before. I don't know if queen c5 is still an option here. Queen d4 might be the next move from white. Attacking the knight, maybe combining this with some f5 ideas. And I don't know, f5 is also an option, but I don't know if bishop d7. Does white really wants to take on d5? Maybe it's a possible way of playing, yeah? Because this square is covered, not that easy to counter attack, and then we can attack this pawn on g4 and the king side once again, yeah? Yeah, queen c5 is played. Okay, quite a logical move. I can't say that the worst is over for black, but it's obviously much easier comparing to what have been before, and okay, reasonable chances to survive. Shima is on fire after this castle short. I think that was the last moment we stopped, and okay, white decided to trade and to go knight c6. Not sure that it's the way I've played with white. So black recaptured. Okay, now it looks like black has lots of play, yeah? Knight jumped, h3. Okay, some f6 is coming. Then, okay, bishop somewhere e5 is coming. This looks really, really nice for black, and obviously white misplayed the chances before. Shima is doing very, very well. Here we stopped in a moment after knight b3, I think. E5, b5, knight d8 was played, not knight e7. And white played e3, bishop g4, take, queen c3, take g2, take on g2. So black just lost a pawn, basically for no compensation. Queen takes, queen e7, c5, s6. Okay, trying to at least open some lines and to reduce the material. Take, queen b4, queen c4, rook b1. It's okay, white needs just to get rid of this noisy rook, and then, okay, white will enjoy for sure, yeah? Yeah, looks pretty sad for black. I don't know if it's not any tactic involved here, then, okay, black is just pawn down, and it's really, really hard to prove any any viable compensation. Here the game continues with the endgame. F6 is maybe next move, yeah? If F6 and knight gets to there, then black will enjoy. All the pawns will be protected, knight is a monster on e4, and white will turn into the offensive side. I don't know if all assets are connected with the idea that white may have to push c4 or not. At least it would definitely come into my mind that maybe it's time to go to some activity with c4. Otherwise, I'm afraid that f6 is coming and black is just in a very enjoyable state. Denis is showing some masterclass how to play King's Indian with white. So he built a very, very solid structure on the king side, basically stopping any possible counterplay. His knight on e3 is stands really, really well. So basically, that's a question how he will break through. So he needs either to slowly prepare some g4, or I don't know if h4, h5 is here, is possible or not, or maybe it's too much, maybe to get the h4 square for the other knight. Does such ideas exist here or not? Anyway, looks very, very pleasant, and black is missing any visible counterplay. Here, Pavel is playing, and he's playing. What's happened here? We left around after. Maybe here we left. Yeah, we're thinking maybe knight f4 or maybe a3. Okay, happened queen f3, bishop e7. Nobody wants to have double pawns. b3, okay, protecting. c5, finally. Bishop e5. Then, of course, it's a big question: why did shift comparing to the normal lines? Okay, after so many jumps, white pieces return to their more or less normal positions. Okay, it's hard to understand who profited more and who profited less. Yeah? Okay, one trade, queen c7, another rook to e1, queen d6. A bit sophisticated jump. Okay, why we need to ask the rook to e1 to go queen d6? Queen g3. G6 to stop all the tactics. Let's say knight d7, bishop h7. There is still lots of things which you can easily blunder. Even though I don't know if it's strong or not. Bishop e2. This is what? Maybe knight h5 to stop or what? Or he just wants to. Looks a bit strange move to me. Okay, but rook b6. Okay, finally protecting this queen on d6 and stopping all tactical ideas. Bishop f3, knight d7. K2, trade on g3, d4. It's okay, that should be, I don't know, approximately equal maybe. Rook d2, rook c8, c3 is played, yeah. Because these double pawns are not of big value on the king's side. I mean, it is in some value if white is trying to play for the win, but it's not maybe of a big value if white just wants to simplify and to hold. So approximately equal here. Sergei Dragalov looks completely winning, no? Passed pawn on d6, and also lots of play against the king. Lots of hanging pieces. Evgeny, who is playing black, is in a huge trouble. Yeah, here we left in a moment when I said that Ivan has to decide if he will play or allow white to simplify. It looks like he decided that he will play. So he went bishop c5, king a2, king f6, white went h4. I don't know if taking on d8 and rook d1 was a possibility for white or not. At least it's quite in a style. Okay, let's trade everything possible, yeah. Okay, h4 played, f5 played, b3 played, f4 played. And white decided to allow this pawn to come to a3, yeah? Which is quite a double-edged decision. Okay, g4 played, a3 played. So now it's becoming more and more sharp, yeah? This pawn on a3 is a huge asset for black. King f7, bishop g4, okay. Bishop d4, bishop b2. Okay, now the pawn on e5 is protected and knight is ready to land on b4. Rook h1. Very, very double-edged now, yeah. So it's hard to say who will outsmart whom here, yeah. Rook h7 looks huge and quite unpleasant threat. But if rook h8, what does white want? Still rook h6 to go. Okay, it's okay. Take. Some king f6, then rook h8, then still knight b4. Because it's a big question how white will deal in the long run with this knight b4 idea. If white will not be able to set up for some activity, then knight b4 taking pawn on e2, and it's a huge, huge problem for white. Okay, Ivan is taking his time. So anyway, position is quite sharp. So all three results are theoretically possible here. Rudik is enjoying big space advantage, no counterplay from black. This bishop on b7 is quite a miserable one, but okay, not that easy to break through. That's true, but anyway, my consolation for the black player is really a torture. It's really a torture to play this with black, and this looks like an endless torture. Yeah, it's hard to imagine how black will ever get any counterplay if white will not allow and not blunder that. Pyotr Karabkov against Vadim Zyagintsov. Position is very, very simplified, and looks like a draw is somewhere in the air. Yeah. Looks like draw is somewhere in the air. If nothing happens here, okay, maybe taking with c3. Okay, this opposite colored bishop endgame can provide some unpleasant moments for black, but overall looks pretty drawish, yeah? Dmitry Bocharov, the game is not in our transmission list. I don't know why, it's completely frozen after move 4. So we cannot follow all of this. Youngsters having some endgame. Gangsters. Okay, white spawn up, and looks like not really an easy position to defend for black. Okay, there are some pawns are hanging, but overall 2 pass pawns and lots of activities for white. Looks quite bad for black. Don't see any compensation. So if this position is correct, it just looks absolutely sad. And Sava needs to show his best not to lose that game. I don't see any more games as a suggestion to comment. Then we come back to Hans. Hans is already enjoying his rook on d7, already enjoying his dominance on the white squares. He's very dominant today. Maybe he's dominant in general, but today in that game he's like really enjoying himself. Eric is onto defensive for quite a long and still not succeeding in creating some real counterplay. So everything in the hands of Hans. Richie will left in a moment here. So white took on b3, black took on b2, knight c5, rook s7, bishop c7, knight e4, knight d3. Knight d3, very hard choice, bishop h7. very restrained choice, okay. Bishop h3, knight e8. So black wants just to eat this bishop all of a sudden, yeah? So he not only withdrew his bishop from any tempest, but he also prepared g5 move, shutting the cage, yeah? Bishop b8, rook a8, bishop e6, king h8, knight e5, knight e5. Wow, what a beauty, huh? What a beauty. So this tactic works really fantastic, eh? Just fantastic. Okay, so he went this, still knight f4, take check, this, 7. Okay, but black has 2 pieces for the rook, and basically not clear what's in the long run white does. What does white have? It looks maybe technically speaking that looks over, yeah. 2 pieces obviously stronger than the rook here, and white does not have too many ideas. Rook e7, king comes to e6, okay, forcing more trades, and knight from 8 is coming, joining the plane, and it should be over, yeah? Here, Daniil is on the weak side, defending this position. Okay, but he will take the pawn on h5, maybe he's not on the weak side. So game peacefully will probably end up in a draw. Let's take a look what happened. Knight b4, take, queen take, take on f6. Very forced sequence of moves, and massive simplification appeared. And okay, they ended up in this position. With rooks on board, it could be more unpleasant for white, but without rooks, it should be an easy draw. Anyway, the favorite with the white pieces could not score a point. It's most likely gonna be draw. But anyway, it can be considered as a small victory for the black player. The favorite losing half a point playing white pieces. Here we have this knight lands on d6, but it can be taken with big simplifications. Yeah. What black is thinking? Can Andrei avoid it? Not that easy. Yeah. Or do I miss something? If he okay, it's black to move now. Yeah. So of course my idea is or he wants to take with the rook maybe. Can he be that? No, with the rook, no, it's not an idea. So okay, bishop d6 takes. What's white idea? Okay, bishop before is nothing. Rook before queen d2 is nothing. Bishop e3 maybe his idea. Yeah, trying to attack the pawn. Maybe bishop e3, and it's surprisingly not easy, not convenient to protect the pawn on c5. Well, what's his idea? What's his idea? Knight e6 I really don't like to play for black, and it will not help, I guess. So ed, queen d6, bishop e3, that's the moment, and black needs to find some move. Eh? Black needs to find some move. Obviously, it should be there. I'm far from thinking that black is so bad. But black has some job to do. Okay. Vladislav, after mysterious king f1, rook e7 was played. Alisa is not in the mood to give up any pawns. Okay, rook e7. Some general consolidation move. Rook g3. Does white has any threat after rook g3? Not clear. Yeah? I don't know what comes next. And Alisa, what does she play? I don't see it from now. So she made some move. She even leaves the board. Probably she's in a very, very good move, in a very good mood. She is doing really, really well against one of the favorites in the tournament. Queen c7, it appeared. Okay, queen c7. Don't be afraid of any ghosts, she said. Okay, I don't know if queen c7 is such a necessary move. But maybe she wants to overprotect the 7th rank to avoid really allowing. Maybe she even prepares some d5 move and queen can jump on f4 in some lines. Maybe. Anyway, some d5 was called as an action, yeah, maybe to start rolling pawns. And okay, Vlad, you see on the screen, he's very concentrated. He needs to show what does he has for the pawn. Yeah? Not that easy. Not that easy for him. The time is coming, but it's not clear what is. But anyway, it's one of the best games of today's round, especially the third move f3. Okay, all my respect for such a play. Alexander Grishuk, what does we have here? Knight g6, I think we left here. Yeah, and I was speculating, does d5 for white exist here, or it's too much? Okay, bishop e3 was the answer. Okay, great. Knight f6, bishop e2. Okay. Trading. So white was able to simplify, but that looks quite nice for black. Yeah? So black enjoys. Even though some activity still exists. Yeah? Some activity still exists, but of course black would be my pick. You know, it's a pawn up, and not that easy for white to generate some big plays, some big reds. This looks nice. Here some mess comes. So we left around this moment after f5. Okay, en passant. Knight takes. Rook h2 e1. Not that easy to play for both sides. So many options, yeah? Okay, Yekaterina places her queen on the best position in the center of both, attacking and defending simultaneously. Queen d3, b3, b3, 3. And rook e5, I don't know. Rook e5, it's maybe even b takes c2 can be the option. Oh no, the queen would be stronger. No, I doubt so. Okay, it's maybe b takes c2. Okay, c3 was played. Should be 6, knight e5. Now the pawn on e4 can be the target, but it's not that easy to attack. Yeah, whenever some queen e5, queen c4 to calm down. Yeah. Rook e5 is played. c4. Shamsuddin is becoming active. But the question, what would be after queen e5? Can Yekaterina now play queen e5? Because the pawn on e4 is very, very tasty, yeah? Because the white king is also vulnerable. Knight c6, queen e4, knight b8, bishop b4 probably, yeah? And it's... Okay, but it's not a mate. It's not a mate because it's not a mate. Because the queen e1, queen b1. Okay. It's not a mate because it's not a mate. And then what to do after c4? What to do after c4? There is some tactics or not? Some tactics or not? Looks... Okay. Queen b7, but visually it's not the move I want to play. Even though maybe absolutely playable, yeah? Yeah, still pretty tough position for both sides, actually. I don't know any pick. I mean, of course, not any personal pick, but I even don't know which side I would pick. Let's say it's tough to play for both sides. Let's say for white and for black. So really hard to say. Okay, if queen e5 is not working, that's probably queen b7 should be the move. Yeah. And after that, white needs to make some choice. Rook went to b7. How it's possible? We left in such a pleasant position for black after queen b6. Knight d2. I said that, okay, black has all the enjoyment in the world he wishes to have. But instead, he decided, okay, let's enjoy, but with a rook on b7, yeah? White is eager, of course. It's some chance to have at least some activity. Rook g8, okay, eyeing the g2 pawn, king h1, some prophylactics, okay. Knight d3. Now, I don't know, now it's much more messy, yeah, much more messy because, okay, the rook came to b7. Maybe Taba wants to eat it with some clever prep, I don't know, but knight d8 always runs for queen h5. Knight c5 is still not there. And bishop d2 releases the rook. Some h3, of course, it's always in the air, always, but it's not a mate, even if white takes. And white takes is not a mate, and I don't know. I don't like this idea. If rook is allowed on b7, it's no more any free roll. It's a jungle. Yeah? Ronak, a classic, a hero. He is completely winning. Okay, we can congratulate him. Black is still mated. Nice job. Alek is trying to survive. Very, very unpleasant endgame. Looks like the a pawn is quite strong. I'm not sure that white is able to put enough time to resist it. High has all the chances to win it. Evgeny is probably finished the game. Yeah, he's piece up. No compensation for black. So the game is probably over. Yes, it says actually white won. Okay. Natalia, now she seems to be slightly worse. Okay, she has this isolated pawn on d4. Black has very easy play. Also, queen on e3 is making some noise also here. Okay, it's probably possible to defend, but quite unpleasant. So black enjoys. Black enjoys here. Evgeny is trying to survive, but he's still pawn down and still no compensation, I guess, yeah? White just picks the way he wants to play it, and... Okay, but he has some knight b3 idea now, yeah? He has some knight b3 idea. I mean, if rook takes on e6, then some knight b3 maybe, yeah? At least with some knight d, maybe follow some knight d2, some cheapest. Okay, I'm trying to invent some threats. Otherwise, okay, black is just suffering, pawn down, and basically no any big play. Maxim and Danila finally somehow they released this tension in the center by means of f4. Okay, probably stopping this activation of white bishop. Knight b5, bishop d3, and queen b6. Okay, allowing the trades. Knight g4. And some massive simplifications are coming, I guess. So probably black would take on g4, most likely. Or maybe not, actually. White has no threats. For the moment, d takes e4 is a move also. If knight f6, rook f6, rook e4, and okay, just play this. Looks absolutely fine for black. Maybe even some queen c4 ideas, queen d5, maybe to attack the e2 pawn, combining with the play against this d4 pawn. So I think it's slightly better for black, and white needs to defend. c3, bishop e4. I don't know, rook e3 maybe idea for black. Follow up with some moving knight to b6, maybe knight c4, knight e4 coming next. Does he have some other ideas? Okay, rook e3 looks normal. If white takes on d5, rook e3, these pawns can be quite quick, huh? White still has lots of moves to make something serious on the queen side, and these two pawns can be rolling rather quick. b5 here, still approximate equal stuff here. Danishvar is pawn up, but black has fantastically well placed pieces. Yeah, the bishop is a monster on c6, the rook are on the open file, and finally no any danger for the black king. And so pieces are great, but okay, still white is a pawn up, and maybe is thinking how to attack the g4 pawn. Yeah, Maybe some bishop d1 is on the air to protect the e2 square and maybe to attack and maybe to try to catch this one. Anyway, black has reasonable chances to hold here. Finally, white achieved in making short castle, and black has achieved in playing bishop f7, e5. I don't know if it's really successful. Black, I don't understand it straight away. Maybe knight g5 sometimes to place the knight somewhere here, or maybe something more classy. Yeah, something more classy can be played. Okay. Instincts are shouting for knight g5 to attack it. Yeah, what white wants after knight g5. The pawn is hanging, and with that pawn, the whole chain is hanging. And also, after knight g5, all this d4, all these jumps. Yeah, knight g5 is played, but it looks horrible. Just horrible position for white, it looks like, at least. I don't know, maybe queen h4 was his idea to play like this, but even queen d8. Okay, white needs to, anyway, to lose some tempos, and d4 is coming. Very, very scary. Very, very scary for white. Here says something. Knight do not play it. Okay, Arseniy, he's still enjoying his extra pawn. And seems like black is suffering for even more than b4. Okay, rook is coming, all pieces are coming. It looks like pretty tough for black. Here it was an important moment after knight g7. White still decided not to go for c4. So f6 is played, and it's basically nothing. f6, yeah? c4 was the answer. Rook c8. Rook b1. Aha. That's how it should be played, yeah? Okay, black decided to take this one, but does it best. Hard to say, yeah? F takes, cd, edd, and two pawns are hanging. Okay, bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, e4. Becoming kind of much more concrete play. King f6 is maybe what black desires to activate the pieces. Maybe d5 king, e5, and then maybe rook check, knight f6 sort of it. Okay. Denis is still at his masterclass. Black is not showing any activity at all, and of course white is the boss here. White somehow managed to win the pawn, but black got lots of activity. Yeah? A lot of activity, and okay, it should be probably enough to hold, but I doubt that it's black has big chances to win, let's say. Yeah? Black is white is reasonably solid, so I guess that's maybe enough activity to hold, but not more, it looks like. Sergei Dergalov won his game against Evgeny Karyakin. Okay, it was one long time ago. Here, after rook h8, white went to play b4. That's a big idea. That's a big idea. And after this came king e7. Calmly moving king away from possible checks, and also avoiding any possible box, yeah? Because on the king side it can be any mating boxes, on the queen side the king is relatively free. And still pretty sharp, yeah? Still pretty sharp. any move can decide the game. Any blunder, any bad move can immediately decide the game. I don't know if Ravan Aliyev is ready to play this move-by-move chess, because the way he played the opening, I saw that he is happy to settle with the draw. Now things are far from there, very, very move-by-move chess. Okay, without going deep in calculations, I'm even afraid to say who is better here. Rudik is closing his masterclass. He looks winning probably. Yeah, he has this extra pawn on e5 and it's well defended, so black is completely lost. But okay, they will of course try to come back with some chances. Here I think the opponents just agreed the draw. And in this game, that game looks very, very sad for Sava. He's still a pawn down and no play at all. Also, white has better pieces and the extra pawn. So very, very tough, if ever defensible for black. Okay, let's go back to top boards. We're missing them that much. I'm trying to cover as much boards as possible, but in that way we may miss some interesting moments. Okay, Hans is at his endless enjoyment time, queen f5. He may pick simplifications. He may pick playing with queens. Okay, he might force actually to be. I don't know if he's forced to trade or not. Hard to say. Maybe not. Maybe he can keep the queens if he trades. Then okay, then at least king g6 and some hope to get some pawns in some activity. Yeah? Okay, let's see how Hans is good with the technical job. He's obviously on a good side and he's obviously on a stronger side, but okay, let's see. Richie says that he's won. He's won because okay, no play. And also after knight f5, it's a double attack. The knight is trapped on b8 and the pawn on b7 is covered by knight, who is simultaneously attacking the rook. So white resigned. Daniil Dubov made a draw. Anyway, our congratulations to his opponent. I guess he played a really nice game today, holding a favorite with black pieces. Andrei is having tough times. He's facing very, very tough and unpleasant defense. Oh, no, if he's on time to catch the pawn on g4, no, it's not any more that bad. Because, okay, with the pawn on g4, of course, it's very, very sad. But if he's on time to pick it, then okay, then it's a different story. So we left the players in that moment. Ah, no, he didn't pick on d6, he went queen b5. That was the point. Okay, because after queen d6, bishop a3, it was really unpleasant. Take on b5, bishop b5. Now if taking good or not. Bishop a3. Taking before bishop a2 does not give white so many chances, or what? Or white is trying to win in the most comfortable way. This position looks pretty tough for black. There are so many options. Okay, bishop a3, bishop e2. Of course, black needs to take knight e3. Okay. b6, knight e5. This position looks very, very tough. Even some h3, I think it should be bad. Then maybe rook b8 has. So maybe rook b8. And rook e1 here. Then what, the knight d7? Houdini continues its jumps, eh? Goudini continues. Okay, f4 is the move. Knight d7. Okay, but after knight d7 there is rook b8 idea, yeah? f5. Okay. Okay, to my understanding, black needs to take on g4 here, no? Otherwise, how to defend? The pawn on d6 and two bishops will decide, yeah? But taking on g4, black can hope to make some fortress, maybe if he give up the exchange for the pawn and for something. But with the g4 pawn present, I don't see any way how he wants to hold. So much to my surprise, he continues thinking. Does he see something more convincing? I don't know. I would take immediately. Old Moro takes his pawn immediately. Alisa, what does we have? Some simplification appeared. Queen h6, rook f7. King g1, okay. Enough is enough. f5. Bam. Bam. Knight f6. Take. Queen f7. Okay, queen e7 and taken pawn on e5 is missing. Queen f7. Still, the pawn is a pawn, yeah? Even though I'm not sure that I would play all the moves that black done so far, but anyway, if no blunders, there's still we have the missing pawn, and e5 is in the air, and e5 f4, and okay, finally this prisoner from c8 joins the play. If prisoner joins, then white should be really unhappy. I don't know. Looks like, okay, I can't say that Vlad is in a deep trouble, but it looks very unpleasant. Basically, what does he has? Yeah, Queen h6 maybe to continue this shuffle back and forward. Otherwise, e5 and who is at Queen h6 if Queen f8. Okay, rook g2 now, watch out. Rook e6 I doubt. Even though maybe it's some way of playing, but I doubt it's enough. If not, then still e5, f4 is coming. Okay. Problems are problems. LDR with Alexander, position is finally reaching some endgame. Black is solid pawn up, so light squares are relatively weak. Looks very, very good for black, and sad and endless defense for white. Yeah, here some crazy stuff continues. But Queen f5, it actually took place. It's a big question, but how is possible? I thought that knight c6. Knight c6 because the pawn on f4 is hanging, yeah? Okay, let's see. If knight c6, what do we miss? Queen f4. We take there. We take there. What is here? What do I miss? Maybe just taking on f4, maybe simple chess. Take, and okay, we have rook f2 idea, and basically the knight cannot get out. Yeah? Maybe just something simple like this. If I takes. Simple chess maybe. Yeah, rook f2, next move, yeah? In the worst case, just rook f8, rook b8, basically. Yeah? Just take this guy, but like in the meantime, they already picked a couple of pawns. Great stuff. Okay, so queen f5 is played, c5. Okay, but then black is doing fantastically well, yeah? d5, queen c5, thank you very much. c4, queen f2, thank you very much. Queen g3, queen e2. Shamsuddin is having tough times, yeah? Not only he lost the pawn, but also his king is very, very, very unsecure. Trouble, yeah? Rook c7, I don't know, apart from rook f7, maybe some rook b7. No, rook b7, queen g7 mate. No, that's too much. So rook c7, okay, most likely rook f7. If not, some g5. Okay, g5 I don't want to calculate. Let's say, let's go practical, rook f7. And what to do? Very, very scary for white, yeah? Yeah, so another L favorite is having huge problems with white. Okay, not another, but at least this one for sure. Here, someone really wants to die, yeah? So Tab is saying that someone will die. Let's guess who. So let's see, queen knight d3, I think we stopped here. King g8. King is on a march, yeah? Queen h5, okay. Queen g4. Bam. Bam. King c8. Okay, the mate is on g2 is a threat. Okay, protecting. Okay, queen f6. Do knight c5. What goes on here? What goes on? Some h3 maybe in some moment. But h3 allows at least perpetual check, eh? After or not. After queen f8. Ah no, then queen f8, king c7, queen g7. Yeah. We have this. We have this red, so no any h3. No any h3. Then what? Who is better here? Who is mating whom? Because okay, this knight on c5 and queen f6 looks very, very scary to me. I don't know. If I would be on Amin's place, I'll be so scared here. He's a very, very optimistic guy, but despite all optimism, we have some common senses, yeah? My common senses are screaming. Just screaming. How to play? How to play? This queen f8, queen g7 is a huge idea. It's a huge idea and how to play. Looks like black is in big trouble. To my taste, because queen f8, queen a8 is one idea, queen f8, queen g7 is the other idea, just picking some pawns is the third idea. And what are the black ideas? And that's a favorite. Okay, but now queen g7, at least, yeah? Ah, no, not necessarily queen g7, but it should be something else, yeah? Queen d6 might be finishing. No, that's really too bad. He went rook e7, queen f8, king c7. Okay, the endgame might be lost as well, but for sure white wants more, yeah? For sure. Knight e6, queen g7 should be winning because this middle game is completely over. But it's also tempting to calculate queen d6, yeah? I don't know if necessarily, but tempting. King c8 looks very passive, allowing to take some pawns, maybe king b6. Maybe, but even knight takes e6. Still looks to my state, it looks extremely horrible. I don't know. So then queen d8 idea, queen d8 and knight c5 back. It can be some mates. So I don't know. Maybe some bishop b4. Of course, it looks so bad. Queen d8 and then take some e6. Yeah. So Taba to my understanding, he's in a big trouble here. So Raunak predictably won. Okay, congratulations. He actually played a nice technical game. Here, Haik also concluded game in his favor. Okay, the a3 pawn would cost white almost all the pieces. Evgeny Nair also won. Natalia Pagonina lost finally this d4 pawn. Okay, now she has to defend for long time this position pawn down. This should be winning for Aydin. Okay, he's pawn up, two connected pawns, and looks like not enough counterplay for black. Here white is sort of in some defensive setup with reasonable chances to hold. Black maybe slightly better. Okay, maybe some more weaker pawn structure for white, but really not easy to win this. This game ended up in a draw. I don't know, maybe actually it was still possible to play for black, but okay. Draw versus 2-600 plus guy is never a bad result in a modern chess. White is optically better for the middle game standards, but for the endgame standards it's less clear. Black has active king, and these two nasty pawns against this b2 can provide some tactics. That's for sure. Objectively, maybe it's still closer to equal. Danishvar somehow was able to win one pawn on the queen side while retaining all his pawns on the other side. Okay, this pawn on h5 is still weak. This maybe can be gone in some round, but bishop d3. Bishop d3. So now what? Some rook d1 maybe. Rook d1 is played. Yeah. Still very far from easy to win this with white. Black has reasonable chances to hold, especially taking this boxy position of the white king. It's very hard for white king to join the play. In some sense, he's relatively secured, but from the other point of view, he's totally boxed. Yeah? And black king can mash, and white king will stay. Shima concluded the game in his favor. Okay, stylish sack, queen g2, followed by bishop d5, and that's complete disaster for white. Arseny is completely winning. Okay, now he has also a dominance with the pieces plus an extra pass pawn on c6, and also maybe rook d1, rook d7 is coming. So I guess he will conclude it shortly soon. Here somewhere the piece has gone somewhere. This must be something wrong. Let's see how that happened. Okay, but black has a knight and the knight has gone. King f6, d5. D5 and d6 is coming, yeah? Okay, but not yet the reason to resign, yeah? d6. His idea is to go rook g8. I got. Because king s6 is take rook c1. Yeah, because okay, without this one rook, white will be pressing and has all the chances to win, but rook c2, bishop d7. Okay, rook g8 now should be played. I guess that's his point. And what goes on? Okay, hardly black is trying to win, but most likely black is just trying to hold, yeah? Do white has some chances. Do white has some chances. Okay, bishop e5, I don't see as a move. Even though it's objectively exists. What else? What else? Because okay, if black takes, then it's enough just to keep on checking white king. He has nowhere to hide. But if white tries, because we have an extra bishop, let's try. Not easy, yeah? Not easy. It's not easy to see how white can hide it. Okay, most likely it should be draw, let's say. But actually the draw agreed. The draw agreed already. Okay, so the players, this is the way to avoid this perpetual check. Okay, that's good. Tactic, knight f5. If king takes, then what? Rook f7, king f6, knight f6, sorry, g4, yeah? There's only this square, king takes, rook takes f6, and rook takes g6, and white collects both knights. Nice job. Nice job. Okay, black is completely collapsed, and a very, very nice and technical game by Denis. So my congratulations to him. Pavel Pankratov and Arseniy Shturman agreed a draw. Okay, they exhausted almost all the material possible on the board. Okay, this game white one we saw already. Ivan Zemlyansky, he's on exchange up, but white achieved some nice placement for the remaining pieces. And also the pawn on g6 is weak, and the rook on g8 is temporarily quite passive. Black would like to get rid of this knight on e5, but for that he needs somehow also to protect that pawn. So let's say, I would say it's still dynamically maybe okay. Yeah, white can improve, maybe bring king to g3, pawn to f3. Still, you know, has nice position of all pieces. It's really, really hard for black to make a significant progress without allowing white serious chances. This is game over. This is a draw. This is not transmitted correctly, and this is looks like game over. Yeah, just two pass pawns. Just two pass pawns will decide the game, and it's slightly surprising, but the elo favorite in this game was Sava. He's rated 25 something, I don't remember exactly, and Vladimir Maslovsky, our famous young prodigy, he's rated 23, I guess, something, maybe 2350, or not much from it, but in this concrete game, he's completely winning. And okay, we can't call it a big sensation, but a certain sensation gonna probably happen. Yeah. So okay, mini game actually ended. Hans won against Eric Opgolz. Let's see how they moved in the end game. So after they exchanged queens on f5, king f1, f4, rook d7, bishop c5, c3. Okay, so black got some activity, but not yet enough to compensate for the eternal problems with the pawn structure. c5, some attempt, rook e3, b5, c4, rook e6, c6. And here black resigns. Okay, not enough compensation. The second pawn is falling. Richard won, we saw. Dubov, Daniel made a draw, we also saw it. Andrei Yesipenko agreed a draw, but he took the pawn. Okay, so at least I'm not as crazy as I thought. Just it took him quite a time to understand it. And after this, they exchanged bishop b5, e5, and knight d7. Looks like a fortress for black, and white decided just to take on d7, not to continue trying. Okay, that's a draw. Here actually structure changed quite a lot, but Alisa is still kicking. Alisa is still kicking, so she finally able to press e5, and hopefully maybe one day can either go with e4 to make a pass pawn, or to go with f4 and activate her bishop, and maybe. Okay, but now at least Vlad has some counterplay against these pawns, yeah? So take, maybe king h8, not to f8. I don't know, white would be happy maybe to trade rooks. I don't know, because otherwise this rook on c3 may feel a bit silly. So, but Vlad is thinking absolutely different. Okay, maybe rook g3 was tactically wrong, but it would my one of the first instincts, because e4 queen c3, and then okay, I'm happy to trade. If takes, I'm also happy to trade. Why not to trade? Okay, but he went king h1. Okay, they're both playing fast, so it means they both reached the time trouble. e4 is played. Now I'm just afraid that this rook on g7 will be a constant pain. Yeah, this constant pressure against white's king, and this rook on c3 is basically attacking nobody. Yeah, this pawn on c6 is protected, and okay, this is still half middle game, half endgame type of play. Yeah, so it can be easily some attacks for black. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, of course, this pressure on g2, but especially if black bishop will somehow reach this d5 square. With combination with bishop on d5 and pawn on f4, it looks so scary, yeah? Okay. Alexander Grishuk was doing absolutely fine. Let's see how the game continues. But now it's not that easy, yeah? Because okay, white keeps on checking, and probably if black wants to play, he needs to sack the pawn on g7. But it's a nice pawn, yeah. Okay, still some practical chances for black, but this is far from clear, and it became extremely move-by-move play, yeah. Now it's really move-by-move. What white has to play? What white has to play? To go passive or to go active? Passive, I mean like king e4, rook e2, king d3, rook e3, king c2. That's very, very passive play. I doubt that's best, but sometimes the stupid and the passive play can also be possible. Then just try to attack the black pawns. King f4, d3. I don't know if it's fine for white. It's not that easy to stop the pawn. Check checks, but it's not easy. Yeah. And they're also playing quick. They also probably reached the time control. I actually don't know if there is 90 moves till the end of the game, or after move 40 they are getting additional time. So I'm not yet aware of it. It's okay. It's my huge miss. I'm really sorry. Ekaterina Goltsova, she won. She won a game against Elo favorite Shamsidin Vahidov, who is rated almost 300 Elo points more than her. But after rook d8, it's just checkmate. Checkmate on the board. So how does it happen? Let's see how the game concluded. So queen f2, Queen e2 correct. So I guess correct. Queen h2. Okay, why not? Pawns, after all, are pawns, and now h6 is a pass pawn. Queen d7. White tries hardly to create a counterplay. Rook f4. Another pawn has gone. Rook c7. Queen g2. Calmly protecting the pawn on g7. Queen e6 check, king h8. Queen d5. Queen g5. So discovery check. b1, queen f5. And now where to go? Yeah, because king e1 is rook f4 mate. It's now where to go. And king c1 is hardly we can call a move, and queen d3 is just a blunder because rook d8 just immediately finishes the game. So big achievement for Ekaterina. So our congratulations. She actually played well, and the Elo favorite overestimate his chances. Here I was thinking that black is about to collapse, but not today, not now, not yet, not here. f3 was played. Queen g6. Horribly lost, yeah? Queen d6, knight e6. Bishop b4. We somehow thought something like this. King e6. c8, king b6. So moves repetition, probably to gain some time. c8, e6, queen c2. That should be lost for sure somehow for black. I don't know, bishop e5 looks tempting. Maybe to have some checks from the other diagonal. Bishop c7. Okay, he wants queen 8. But queen e4. What now? Rook c1. Bishop c3. Wow. Black is still in the game. Still in the game. And they're playing very, very fast also. I guess e7 was played, yeah? This may be 7 played. 7 is played. So, okay, what does Amin has at his disposal? Okay, if he takes on e7, it's just probably lost. h3. Great stuff. Great stuff. h3. That's how chess should be played. And there are... Okay, and check, king b5, king b7, king c4, rook c3, king c3, bishop e5, and take this rook on g7. It's not the way how to finish the game. It's maybe even the move b4 it was an option, yeah? Queen e8, king b5, king c, queen b7, no, king c4, rook c3, king c3, bishop e5, and just take the rook on g7. Just finish the game. Queen c6, no, queen c6, queen c6 also works now. King c6, queen, rook d7, rook c3. Superb, superb play. Okay, I'm not thinking it was a necessary beauty, but it's just beauty. Yeah, okay. And it looks over, yeah? This looks over. Great stuff, queen c6. Great. Okay, Taba needs to take. He has only one move. Then queen check, if rook d7, rook c3. And it's over. So Davtyan Arsen is upsetting another Elo favorite in a game, but in this game, I guess, mostly upset he mostly did his own job because he had such a great position after the opening. Absolutely no play for white, but why did he allow white rook to came to b7? Why he went to be such an optimist? Okay, he resigned, and two Elo favorites suffered quite a painful losses in the first round. Not clear how they will recover, especially tomorrow. Just to remind you, we have a double round day with 2 games, and next also double round day. It's far from easy, especially if you're suffering such a painful losses. Natalia is no, this looks lost. Yeah, okay. The rook takes on e6, or even just a 3. No, okay. White resigns here. Yeah. Okay, here white lost. Here white. Okay, so white stopped black pawns. The pawn on b7 is there. Still looks winning to me. Even though it might require some technique, or might not. Maybe c5 and just easy going, yeah? Easy going looks like. So what else we have? Maxim Matlakov, they concluded the draw. Okay, quite a normal result for that game. David Paravian is having some troubles or not, but at least he's on the defensive. Yeah, White's pieces are very dominant, and rook a5 is also coming. Might be lost. Yeah? How he wants to defend? Checks. King goes to d5. It's a total dominance for White. And even some rooking games will be just after taking this, and it's over. So another sensation is about to come here. Yeah. Lots of surprising results. I thought, okay, it's not necessary that the first round is easy for Elo favorites, especially in nowadays chess, where we know that there are many players who are seriously underrated, and we have lots of guys here even who had 2,700 before. Now they have 2,550. We see the guys who had 2,600. Now they have 2,440. We know the guy who had 2,600. Now he's even below 2,400. So with ratings, it's pretty crazy now. But still, I mean, to have so many losses, I mean, draws are sort of acceptable, but we have already 2, and David is having a very bad situation right now on the board. Danishvar, who is massaging the whole game, poor Marat, looks like White is finally winning. Rook g6 and picks all pawns, or maybe not winning. Let's see if White wins or not. Big chances to carry all the pawns, and rook g6 maybe. Maybe king d5. Yeah. g6, king d5. Rook f6, king e5. It's maybe not. Yeah. And White is not winning after king e5. Yeah, black just holds. Looks like. Yeah. Because, okay, rook f8, but then rook b3, maybe even h5 can be considered even. I doubt that it's so many chances for White to win. Yeah, it's maybe actually a draw after king, rook g6, king d5. And what else? Okay, rook b4 is not a move. Rook set. I can even lose probably playing this. Yeah, it's maybe not. It's not my first. Okay, this we saw. Arseny looks winning. Yeah, it's not any mating threat for White, and White is piece up, and the pawn is promoting. Okay, queen e1, king g2 looks over. Yeah. Okay, but it was from the very beginning. After this knight came to c3, it was probably not well supported. Invasion of black, and then knight b3, b5, a3, and black faced huge problems. Yeah? Denis Lazovic, he won. He actually played a very nice game which can be published for books. Yeah, what White should do against King's Indian. Yeah, basically like this. So if you don't know what to play against King's Indian, just see and copy this game. Yeah, very instructive one. Ivan Zemlyansky, he won Let's see, because we thought it was far from easy. So this position with active pieces for black, for white. Rook f4. Okay, f3 is possible. King g3, king f8. Rook e1, king e7. Rook. So white decided that it's time to bang, yeah? Knight f7, king c7, knight e5, rook g7, rook e1. And why not rook h6? Why does it's not so attractive? Okay, rook a1, king d6. And now there are no anymore this knight f7 check, and white just waited and blunders a check on e4, yeah? And after this, white resigned. Okay, so persistence paid off. Well done for Ivan. So Rudik Makaryan won, then draw, and Vladimir Maslovsky also won against Sava Vitoyakin. So most of the game has actually finished, at least the games which I can see in my ability. Obviously, there are much more games. Just to remind you, there are 140 players participating in the A event, in the open section. So obviously, we are looking at the top 30 boards, but there are much more missing. There are other 40 boards with also interesting players and pairings. But okay, hopefully it will be some other ability to you to watch these games. It's not that easy for me because I don't see them as an option to choose and to follow. Maybe from tomorrow, if we can have this option, I'll try to add it. Because there are many young and interesting players also participating. They might play some nice and games which would be nice to follow. Okay, let's go to Vladislav. The game is still on against Alisa. Some endless fight. So black is still pawn up. White regrouped. Put some sort of blockade. Okay, maybe f4 is in the air. My old idea to go f4. Okay, at least 93 is a blunder because of f4. And white might collapse. But itself, I don't know if f4 is a huge threat. If I just pass, I don't know, let's take a look. Let's say I pass, I don't know, rook c2, just, to control the second rank. Okay, Vlad plays rook c3. Okay, it's maybe also practical. Queen e5. Queen e5. It's still a big intrigue in this game. Rook c2, queen e6. I don't know, it looks like maybe Alisa is ready to settle for the draw. Or she just economizing time. Because she immediately plays queen e6 without, spending a second, yeah? And they agreed the draw. It looks like they agreed the draw. Okay, Alisa is showing her emotions. Okay, anyway, for her, it can be considered, of course, a local success, even though at her best times he was beating lots of strong GMs. So she knows how to do it, but okay, nowadays it's not a past days, so it's not that easy. Also, she's playing against a more modern, fresh elite players, and of course it's hard and tough. All credits to Vlad for his very, very creative play. He played really many unusual moves. He was trying to find and to bring into the board lots of original ideas. In chess, it's not normally pays off well, and sometimes you need to suffer later to conclude game in a draw. But okay, that's not. That's okay. That's maybe a pity side of chess. I was on that side for many times in my life, but it doesn't mean that you should not be able or should not be in the mood for such a chess. So big thanks to him for all his brave attempts. How many games do we have active in this group? Almost all games looks finished. Okay, Danish Fire is still on. Okay, let's go there. Danish Fire is trying to lose maybe. And if he succeeds, it will be another huge blow for the favorites. And except for Danish Fire against Gilfanov Marat, I don't see so many others. Yeah, probably the only game left in the first 30 boards. All other have been concluded already. So we stopped at the moment where probably white went rook g6. Yeah, and black plays predictably king d5. G4 was played. King f5, of course, now the pawn on f6 should be defended. King g3, Some nice regrouping. Take the pawn on a3, rook h6. h6, b4. Before, what goes on? What goes on? The pawn on g2 is quite important. It protects sometimes white from this backrank checks, and also in case king goes to f4, it can be g3 important check. I don't know what about g5 here, actually. g5 exists or not? No, if white goes g5. F takes, king g4. I want to give check, rook b6, and then to make these two pass pawns. And also to release my king from the cage. g5 is quite a principal move, actually. But he needs to be sure that he's not blundering. He needs to be sure. Rook h8 is also possible, but just looks maybe less precise. What else? What else? Okay, g5, rook h8. There are two main considerations, at least for me. And Alexander Grishuk also, he made a draw. Yeah, he made a draw. He had all the chances to win, but the task wasn't really easy, so the game ended up in a draw. So basically, the Elo favorites, let's say in the top 10 boards, suffered quite a lot of losses. I mean, not only losses, but quite a lot of points. Yes, so we have four draws. We have 4 draws and two losses out of the top 10 boards. It's quite a lot. Okay, so he went g5. I don't know. It's either good or bad. I like this move because it's either good or either bad. What black can do at his disposal. What black can do at his disposal. Okay, so looks like black has taken on g5. There were also some b3 move. Rook f6, check. And then to go rook b4, to put the rook behind the pawn. And rook on f6 is very clumsy placed. Yeah? Like I said, g4, rook b4, rook... yeah, maybe it was actually the way how black should play, yeah? Here, I mean, not to take on g5, this automatic recapture. So after take b4, g5, I'm now calculating move b3. Because, okay, white forced to take with the rook, I guess, then check on f4. Okay, white probably needs to protect the pawn on f5, otherwise it makes no sense, and rook b4. And this rook e4, king f4, rook e6, king f4. Strange stuff, yeah? Because now there is some mating ideas for against white's king. So some rook e1. Let's say b2. Hard to say, yeah? So f1 might be check. I don't know. But obviously it was this chance maybe for black, huh? And rook f6. Strange looking more than g6 probably. Yeah? Maybe rook e6 was also possible, yeah? Again, the idea is to box it. Okay, g6. Looks like this should be the point, yeah? This should be the point. But if black goes b3, who wins? g7. Some strange race here, yeah? So there are some checks also. It means with idea g4. No, g4 we're not in the race. If we all queens, white checks first. But do white have a dangerous checks? Yeah? Okay, let's see. b2. Queen. And let's say queen. Because again, this is a very, very clumsy rook on h6. No moves, yeah? I have check here, check on 8. Check on 8, maybe king f4 just well enough, yeah? I will try to hide here. And then when white can get mated. And here some king d5. This should be drawn, maybe, yeah? Because again, there are hard to find any useful check. And this, maybe rook e6 is actually holding, I don't know. Okay, let's proceed to the game. So g5 happened, take this, b3, rook from behind, okay. White has activated the pieces, g3 was played. g5, but this looks locked. But this should be lost for black. No, this should be no chances. Just the pawns are coming. Yeah? Pawns are coming, king d4 is played. Okay, maybe f6. This should be relatively easy. This should be relatively easy, if I understand correctly. White just needs to have a pawn also close to the promotion square. g4 might be also winning, but it just maybe requires more precision, but it also should be winning, of course. g4, king c3, f6. This looks absolutely lost. Just two pawns are coming, so. And king is too far away to join the defense. No, maybe rook e6 was a strange idea, yeah? Which might actually give chances black to hold. But g5 was very, very tempting. Overall, it's pity for Marat if he loses, because his opening choice probably was not a big success, but he was defending quite well for a lot of moves. He put a lot of resistance in that game, so quite a pity if he finally loses. King c4 is even hard to understand the idea if we just f7. Nothing works. Rook e5, rook b5 is also not working. White takes f8 queen and then takes a queen when black promotes. So it's not the chance. Just f7 and resigns. And just f7 and resigns. Yeah, I guess f7 played. Rook f5. But it's not any threat. Just don't place king on f5 or on g6 on f5. It's not on g6. It's only a hope. But even this is possible. Even blunder is possible. Because they takes queen, queen, queen f5 and trading queens. So even not possible to find a scenario why it can go wrong. Yeah. Okay, maybe king f6, rook s6. Some strange idea. Takes queen, queen, and try to play for some checks. King h6 played, yeah, so everybody forward, okay. Everybody forward. Rook f5 is just, he's giving additional chance, but okay, white wins in every possible way. Even rook b2 is winning, king g7 is winning. Like any move is winning. Okay, he went rook a6, but just to give few checks later, I guess. b1 queen, and most probably just queen. Yeah, unfortunately for black, he does not have any dangerous checks at this position, and no any stalemate patterns. Queen h1, maybe king g5. He played queen g7, it's also possible. Yeah, queen b7, queen f7, just to... Yeah, and after this, okay, Marat finally resigned. Okay, a bit pity he didn't defend this position. Okay, he had chances till almost the very end in that game, but unfortunately, still defending for many hours is less effective than pressing for many hours, because anyway your last mistake can be the fatal one. So, and in that game. So for today, I guess that's it. So I don't see any more remaining games. Okay, let me check once again. It looks like it was a final active game in our live transmission. Yeah, like I think we almost covered all possible games from the top 30 boards. For the remaining results, unfortunately, I don't see the screenshots or just the games, so I have no idea. So then maybe for today that's it, and thanks for all who was watching us today. Just to remind you that tomorrow we have 2 rounds, one which starts at 11 a.m. Moscow time, and the third round starts at 17 o'clock p.m. So stay with us, come to see this fascinating Open we just started. First round already brought so many surprises, and I'm sure that with each round it will be more and more interesting to see and to watch. Thanks for joining us today, and have a good evening.